you guys doing? Stop. Hey. Can't start fighting as soon as we launch the stream. Stop. Hold on, guys. Break it up, boy. Break it up. Troublemaker number one. Troublemaker number one. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't even have Twitch chat open, Jupiter, and now you're here. Yeah, trying to escape. No. Alright, back. Pay no mind to that. What peaceful music going on during a cat fight? Boom, Chaptera, what's up? Alright. Cats have been separated for a little bit. Sometimes they get into little brotherly fights and then I kick them out. One goes outside the room, one's in the room. And they usually settle down and then they're okay. Then they get lonely. Then they just meow at each other across the door. Nothing fix fighting like fake separation. I'll put them back together once we find a game. All right. What's easy assist challenge? And what else is something we can likely do? We've been trying to organize more team plays. Maybe smokes. I think same as usual. We've been making good progress, winning lately, focusing on lanes. I think we keep that going. Get our first win of the day quickly so that we can what? You can buy champion stickers? What the hell is this? Champion sticker capsule contains 1 sticker from the champion, but I already have stickers of them. Here for cat news in Dota. Well, boy, have I got at least one of those, if not 2 for you. Yo, Radiant Melee Creep, what's up? You're a Tomer, no problem. I think I want to try to stream more. I don't have both. I want to stream more. I want to make more videos. Maybe I don't want to make more videos, but I feel I need to make more videos. Maybe that's the better way to put it. 2? No, thank you. Yeah, someone knows. Get that out of here. There is no cat news, actually. They're both doing the same as usual. I gave him some cat grass earlier today, just a little bit. They love the cat grass. What do you plan on playing? I didn't really do any warm-ups today, so I should probably just start with Clockwork or something we're very comfortable with. After that, I feel motivated to win more. The competitive side in me over TI. One, TI, always, it's always exciting. It feels inspiring to, I want to be good at Dota, Then 2, I was thinking about the various analysts and caster duos in Dota. And a lot of them have like some pretty high MMR nowadays. And there's a part of me that's like, I don't want to be lagging behind. Not that it really matters, but like at the same time, I don't wanna. So I kind of want to win more MMR. Then there was the third reason I can't remember. Oh yeah, the Insanian just won as the oldest TI player, right? So now it feels like, there's no excuse to be like, we're old, Now it's just a matter of talent. Not as talented. Yeah, I woke up this morning and there's a whole bunch of different news. Yatoro and Mira, Radon, taking a break for a little bit. It sounds like at least for Radon, it's not totally over. He's taking a break. I don't know about Mira. I didn't read anything from him. Sounds like he'll be back. I think it's healthy. I think even as someone content creating, I know it's a grind. I know as a pro player, you have to grind even harder than that. So I totally understand not being able to keep the highest level of play even if you love your team, you love the guys you're playing with, I don't know the inner dynamics, right? But let's say you do, right? I still think it's really hard to do that grind for years and years at a time. So I think a break in his position is very good. Good for him. Maybe he comes back, maybe he doesn't, but I think it's reasonable. Funny enough, Ricky does have very similar MMR, if not a little higher than mine, although he doesn't play as much. So maybe if I just grinded it out, I could be higher. But also, a lot of the analysts, Lacoste, TGov, FE, all of them have pretty high MMR. And again, I know like it doesn't really matter that I'm high enough that arguably I could be an analyst and whatever. But I feel like I want the MMR just to say, you know, we're up there. I do want to play some Tusk. I think I might do some Tusk after. If we warm up a little bit, we might play some Tusk. 4 heroes you don't want in your game maybe helps with winning. Nah, I don't care. Any broken hero could end up on my team or the enemy team. So it doesn't... Unless there was something that specifically stopped me from winning with the heroes I was playing, maybe. But, like, what is that, you know? I am currently picking the most meta supports. So if I banned any of them, I would just be banning myself versus the people who are out there playing, like, Witch Doctor and shit. But I ban... Like, I don't know, we ban, Alchemist. Maybe someone on my team was gonna pick Alchemist. You know, I don't... Doesn't matter to me. What's wrong with the game when all the sub criteria are green? So they have said... Oh. They have... I was gonna accept that one. They have said that there are other criteria that they use, but they don't want to announce what it is. In case there's like a way to abuse it and people figure it out. Hold on, I'm gonna open my door again. Brothers reunited, you better not fight. Warm-up game with our good old Clockwork. Miss Sheepo content. It's cool that she tried to pivot into like the VTuber stuff. I think that's nifty. Ooh, a little bit of double clicking. Worrisome. Possibly against a Dazzle. A Lifestealer. See, like, I ban... Who cares if I had banned the meta offlaners and all that shit? Look, we got, like... There's a Dazzle support. There's... Snapfire's like, okay. There's a Lifestealer carry of the game. Like, what's it matter? The guy blind picks Razor carry. You know, who cares? Whatever. That's my take on it. Looks like this guy might not be here. Oh shit, last second pick Dragonite? Should we lane swap? I feel like Razor would do well versus Lifestealer. Leave all the busted offlaners in the pool. I bet Sand King's not even banned. No, didn't get to check. Alright, our life is a little bit tough. There's a Dazzle versus 2 melee heroes, and there's a Life Stealer. It is not going to be an easy lane. But fortunately, I am Clockwork, and we're just going to creep drag a whole bunch. That's my game plan.
My gears turn. Wow. The turtle wins the race.
Maybe I could have started with a Boots of Travel, actually.
I'm well-oiled.
Dazzles on to me.
A traps for a trap. Yeah.
30 seconds to go.
I close the distance.
Go top runes.
Yes.
What are they doing?
Much to do.
First blood.
First blood!
What the f- Don't body block?
Ho! Yeah.
Support live sucks, guys. No one respects you. No one listens to shit you've got to say.
A fine adjustment. Spring my trap. Trip trap.
Gaya's courier needed final delivery.
Oh, maybe he warded there. Did he misclick? Wow.
Spring forward. Yes. I'm well-oiled. Trip trap. Ho!
Radiant's courier did make it.
Spring my trap.
So far, this is very good for us, how this lane's been going,
The distance.
considering the heroes. I don't think I can get the Lotus. Maybe I can. It'd be really funny if I could. Nah, I'm not gonna risk it.
Yes. Spring forward.
Oh shit, I kind of did a pull for them. Range creeps over there, what the heck? I'm going water in. He's kind of farming this, which is not great for me, but I think this is a meh lane, and I think trying to help slow down Quap is better.
Your mid tower's coming apart.
She still got one in the end.
My gears turn. Yeah.
Damn. I'm so bad.
Yes.
Your mid tower's in a bit of a bang.
I'm well oiled. Uh-huh. I am a can of whoop-ass.
Spree. Double kill.
I'll be real, guys. I didn't TP here because I thought I could save him. TP'd here because I wanted the XP when they both died.
Closing in. Spring forward.
I'm gonna give you armor.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
I don't think this will work. Unless they're not paying
You
attention
take
to time.
hours.
Turn.
I will probably die for this, but I'm gonna try. I have no mana for anything.
Look him.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
That worked out. Worked out. Oh, okay, glad. Joey K, I'm glad you understand. Yeah, I'm not fooling any of you guys.
Your mid tower's in a bit of a bang.
Ah, shit! I didn't collect the XP from it, or I didn't collect my items from the thing. She's thinking about diving me when she has the cooldown.
The turtle wins the race.
It's my feeling. Quap probably going top.
Toast here.
A fine adjustment.
Done.
It's worth it.
Structures.
Illusion.
I think it's too late to do anything there. I'm just gonna keep getting XP. This Timber's having a terrible time, actually. What is this?
The distance. Bring my
probably should have been stacking.
Rock it on.
Stack?
I run like a clock. Jackpot. Spring forward.
Go back bottom.
The other fella's bottom tower. Nothing but
Homing in. Uh-huh. Closing in.
We lost vision. How did that happen?
Yes.
I guess.
There's a lot of heroes here, careful.
that
Yes.
top tower of yours ain't doing so good.
It's right here.
Damn.
There's
I
arcane room. I'm gonna get
don't have any
exploded.
spells. I don't have any.
Traps for a trap. I'm under attack.
Hello? Is this thing working?
Kill.
I mean, she jumped at us, so it's whatever. What do we build this game?
Triple kill.
Around the dial. Armor power. Incoming.
A little stupid around.
Wow. Yeah.
Solar is like okay with my cores.
Turn.
I'm not sure if I actually want that though. They're more magic slash pure damage. Maybe I get a bracer first.
Rattle and roll. Flare. I close the distance.
We spoke towards DK.
Not yet.
Oh, I thought he was talking about my smoke, but he has his own smoke. Bravo, sir. Bravo.
Trip trap.
Your top tower's in trouble.
I'm well oiled.
Next to creep so we can kill him. Oh wait, you broke. Wait, what?
I think it broke like right
Tower's
here.
coming apart.
They might have vision here. He left.
Yes.
Flare?
Your top tower.
Roaming in. A fine adjustment.
Almost feel bad for your top tower.
Let's fight this mid.
To be your mid tower.
Sure wish I had the
Your mid tower's coming apart.
I think that could have been an okay fight.
Your mid tower's
I guess it was just a little too discoordinated. They jumped the Dragonite first. One's Razor Strong. What's he getting? Sanj and Yasha? Ooh. I wish I had canceled. I pressed S, I was just too slow. Got the Queen of Pain killed. Gonna lose Natures though.
bad about your top tower.
How can I improve my decision making as a support in Dota, especially when it comes to warding and map awareness? Often struggle with positioning during team fights and managing my economy efficiently. What are some key strategies top players use to maximize their impact without overextending?
Banged up.
Reminds me of how in 1990 kind of telling myself. Man, I got. Genuine answer to the question though does come from watching higher level players like replay streams like this, and also reviewing your own decision making. Sometimes you don't know what the right choice is, and you just do something. That's fine. That's normal. But then you have to reflect on it later to determine how was that, right? Like in this game, I'm gonna go ham. I'm gonna try to creep cut a bunch in the laning stage, all that, and then later I have to reflect, like, was that the right choice or not? Yeah, he's dead. And it's just kind of a trial and error thing. You could potentially have higher level players tell you, yes, that was the correct decision. But at some point, you become the higher level player, and no one's there telling you what's right. Like at TI level, right? The teams have to decide, this is what's right or not, and this is what we think. So to start, it's a mix of like learning from higher level players and doing your own analysis. And at some point, you do have to keep improving your analysis so that you can eventually decide for yourself, this was right, this was not. I want to go for the courier that's on the way, but I should not. Should I even stack this? Who's even doing stacks on my team? Dragonite? Let's stack your Dragonite.
They're here.
Probably won on one of these.
Can't
Win
go
or
over there
lose
now.
aside, I think we played quite well laning stage. I think we made some very good early calls. I think the game is... nothing's quite happening after that. I don't think that's really our fault.
Spring forward. Players here.
Ward here.
Kind of knew that was a risky time to do that, but it doesn't really matter. He has double circlet Juan Greaves. He's very rich.
Doing too well.
It's 26 to 10 at 18 minutes. He has 6, 2, and 13.
I run like a clock.
News about your mid tower.
Trip trap. I close the distance.
All right, thanks for pinging the smoke. That
A fine adjustment.
I think there's too many there.
Incoming.
I clear it.
Rattle 'em, yeah. A traipse for a trap.
Big bounty runes.
Armor power.
I could have placed that a little higher.
The other fella famous for accident. Might want to check your bottom tower. Radiant's toughened up their structures.
Yes.
A fond farewell, their bottom tower.
Spring my trap. I'll
They're meaning
rally
to
you,
smash
Jack.
that bottom tower. Your bottom tower's in the tank.
Ho! Coming in.
Oh, that's too bad. Wow, I would have died with that hook shot anyways.
Kill.
Kinda YOLOing.
Dominating. Triple kill. Unstoppable.
For this world. Might want to check your bottom tower. Your bottom
I
rags
close the distance.
didn't make it. Your bottom rags is in bad shape.
There it goes.
They got your bottom rags. Mid tower's gone. There's always next time.
Trying to catch the Quap before she blinked further, but no one's here. I'll just wait.
Kill.
I think we're done. I think we've been done for 10 minutes, but I think we're officially done.
Mid rags. Your mid rags didn't make it. That does it for your mid rags.
Free us. What could we have done better? I think the best we could do is smoke more with the Lich, but I shouldn't have moved. But it's kind of hard. Lifestealer is a really hard gank. I guess we tried once. Lifestealer is a very hard gank. Timber, Queen of Pain. We just don't have like good heroes. Oh. Let's see. I walked in and got first blooded. I think everything we did was pretty good, though. I think our first 3 minutes was really solid. And I'm going to take that as a win. I think everything else after that was weird. Looks like they did do pretty well top to start. I can't say I felt the Timbers or the Razors impact after that, but I don't know if that's his fault. Like, it looks like he was off to a good start, and then I think that's when maybe they got ganked a couple times, and then the Nature's rotations didn't quite match. How did Nature's go? Maelstrom, Gleipnir, but just didn't quite lane well enough, I guess. Possibly because he got first blooded. You have to mute for rude words. Let's get out of here. Get me out. Is it better to die with your core when they push forward or let them die to their own hubris? It depends on the state of the game. If them dying doesn't change that much, then just let them die. If it's a situation where you lose if they die and they're making a bad decision, then you still just have to YOLO in and hope that it works out, but know that they should never have been up there. But I mean, you lose either way, right? You lose if you walk away and let him die, or you lose if you run in and you die with him. So you just have to hope for the third option, which is you go in with him, it somehow works out, and he thinks he's a good player, but you know he's wrong. Parker Cash, hey, I'm good. I'm a little annoyed over that game one, but it's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Other than that, I'm good. I'm a little sad because I bought this pineapple to try growing, but I think I just waited too long. I got distracted with other stuff, and I think it's not healthy enough now. I think the leaves started to die too much. I don't think it's going to work. I'll try anyways because I already bought it. But I think I'm going to need another pineapple to attempt this with. That's too bad. What else? What else is going on in the life of Z Quixotics? Waiting to see when the patch is going to come out. Don't know what videos to make next. Have a couple ideas. But part of me wants to wait for the patch before we do too much. I feel like I say that a lot and then never do anything. We'll see. Gonna hit 99 magic in RuneScape. Check that out, guys. Whoa. Yeah, fresh pineapple's pretty good. I have a little bit overripe pineapple now. I just got caught up with too many things. A lot of pineapples grown in South Africa. I didn't know that. I am in Texas. Ah, wait, wasn't that like an all green game? Who rejected that? Did I miss something? I live in Texas. I have a lot of pots, and I will move things in and out. If they die, they die. I'm not super serious about, oh, this plant needs to live forever, whatever. I am doing a lot of cheap plants, and I'm planting them. If they live, they live. If they don't, they don't. And it's just a life enrichment thing. I'm having fun planting things, you know? I don't get to farm in Dota, so I like to step outside, grow some plants. The plants don't talk back. They listen to me. They try their best to communicate. When they don't do well, they're like, I need a little more water. I try to do my best, right? And they're appreciative of it. They don't ignore your calls when you're like, don't do this, and they just walk in and die. They don't do that. It's a nice change. No, I'm not originally from Texas. I'm from North Carolina. My parents are from Singapore before that. And I lived in North Carolina most of my life till I was about 25, 26. Then I moved out to California. Well, actually, I did go to California for a few months where my girlfriend was studying. I moved to Chicago because I wanted to move north of North Carolina. I wanted to see snow regularly. So I moved north, and as soon as I moved there, my company shut down that office, and I had to move to Texas. And I've been in Texas for the last few years. I've since left that company, and I'm working full-time content creation, but it's expensive to move, so I'm just still here. And it works out because I don't make a ton of money, so the fact that I save a little money from Texas having no taxes, although I kind of disagree with that, not gonna get too political, but like it is working out for me because I'm poor. So I'm still in Texas. At some point, I would like to move away to somewhere with better weather. And not to touch into politics too much, I do think there's a lot of people in Texas who want change, and I appreciate that. So there's a part of me that's like, oh, we should stay here and be the change in America that's needed. My vote matters the most in this state. But I would like to see changes in this state. Otherwise, I don't know if it's the place I want to live my life forever. Permaculture. What's permaculture? You got to keep them in for winter? Yeah, I don't really expect it. I'm not really growing the pineapple to get fruit, although it would be cool to do if it lives that long. It's more just something to try, see it grow. It makes me happy to see the plants grow and change. And it's kind of very experimental, like, oh, put this fertilizer, how's it doing? Forget to take it out of the sun, did it burn up and die? All that stuff. Hey, Veltel, how you doing? That's what people say. Like, oh, it's too dark and cold and snow. And I believe that's true for a lot of people. But I know myself, look, I'm already depressed. I can't get seasonal depression. I've already got it permanently. So I'm immune to that kind of shit. So I like that. I can spend all day inside. It doesn't affect me, you know, the same way it affects other people. So I think I would like it. My girlfriend does not. She likes all the sun and all that, so she's relatively happy in Texas, although it is still quite hot. I think I would have enjoyed snowy stuff. I liked the 1 year I lived there. But of course, I admit, you know, I was only there for 1 year, so maybe I would get tired of it. But let me tell you, I'm tired. Like, if you visit North Carolina, it's a nice place to live. And I appreciate it more and more now that I've left. But, you know, if you visit it for whatever reason, there's nothing there. But if you happen to visit it, you'd be like, oh, it's so great. There's so many trees and mountains. And it's true. But at some point, it's also super humid. There's like tons of bugs. You can complain about like wherever you live, you know? So that's why I wanted to leave. I wanted to go see other things. Washington natives rise up. I got one friend there, so I visited a couple times, stayed with him when he was in when TI was there. Live on the Oregon border. No sales tax in Oregon, no income tax in Washington. That is some big brain play right there, Dream Whisper. I did visit Oregon once for a work trip. It was quite nice. I really like being able to look out far and see like mountains in the distance. I really like that aesthetic. You don't get that in North Carolina. Everywhere you look is tree line, which if you like that, then you like that. But I never realized how many trees were in North Carolina. Like, why people would always comment on it. They would come visit and like, why you guys have so many trees? I'm like, oh, okay, it's trees, you know? And then I left and then I was like, oh my God, there's no trees here anywhere. You go to Texas, now I'm here and I look around, it's like, it's concrete everywhere until you leave the city, and then it's dry dirt everywhere. There's no trees here. What's going on? I miss that. Chicago had a little bit more of a mix. And then when I would drive, I used to live just outside Chicago in Palatine, and I would have to drive out to factories because I worked in the food industry. So I'd go into the middle of nowhere, be like, oh, look, endless cornfields for 4 hours. Stuff like that. But anyways, I went to Oregon once, and I really liked it. I really liked being able to see far. The weather was nice. I liked it. One-time visit. I don't know how much I would really like it, but yeah, North Carolina's summers are pretty annoying. Temperature-wise, it doesn't get as hot as Texas, but it's humid there, so it feels worse. Like, even if it's only, say, 80 degrees Fahrenheit, which in Celsius is like, what, 25-ish, probably like 28-ish, something like that. You just sweat so quickly. It's annoying. That's my main complaint about North Carolina. If you're ever in San Antonio, stop by my pizza place. You have a pizza place? That's cool. I'll do that. I'll try to remember to do that. I would like to visit San Antonio sometime. While I'm in Texas, I have yet to actually go down to Austin or San Antonio. It feels like I should go visit. Plus, my favorite coffee from HEB is branded as San Antonio, so maybe that's where I gotta go check it out. The namesake of that coffee. Cosa Nostra Pizzeria. I'm gonna copy this. I'll try to remember this. That would be fun. I'd love to go and say, hey, and eat some tasty pizza. Pizza's good, right? You wouldn't bring me to a bad pizza place, would you? Sounds good. Sounds good. I did a summer internship in Durham back in college, and it was by far the hottest I've ever been. The summers can get quite hot. One thing I like about North Carolina, though, is that you do have the different seasons. Maybe with global warming, a little less so, but the 4 seasons are relatively distinct, except that the weather in North Carolina is also very bizarre. I don't know meteorology that much, but I think it's because we have mountains on one side and then the ocean on the other. So I think, and then all these trees. So I think that leads to like very bizarre weather sometimes. So it's pretty common to have the weather swap week to week very suddenly. With that in mind, though, I do think it still has 4 relatively distinct seasons, so it's quite nice. This is my 7th month of summer in Texas, it feels like. It's just very long. Where's all our games? It's trying to find me a core player that'll listen to me when I'm talking, and it's just like, it's not possible. It can't be done. Best pizzas, Detroit. I think so far, I generally like the New York style pizza, the large, thin slices. I think my favorite pizza place, mostly out of nostalgia, was this place at my school, North Carolina State University. There was one that Fridays they'd have like a deal, so we would go like every Friday, get like a lunch special. So it's like a nostalgic. It was giant pizzas, you get different stuff on it, but I like that style the most. Deep dish in Chicago, I did like that. It's a very different style. If I had to pick, I would still pick like the New York style, but I do like the deep dish. You have New York style. Oh, it's coming. It's better and better, JV. Let's go. Table 87 in New York City. I should visit my sister lives in New York City. I really need to go up. For all the time she's lived there, I've never gone up to visit. I'm a bad brother. I'm a poor brother. So I've never gone up to visit. I should go up and have them bring me around to different pizza places. Content creator life's good. Oh, get me in. Accept. Do it. Ah, damn. It's good. I'm kind of waiting for whatever this patch is so we can... I've been feeling pressure about videos. I'm going to try to care less. That sounds weird. I'm going to try to produce more videos and care less about, oh, this seems like the perfect for the algorithm, whatever. I constantly flop between less videos, more focused, make this a hit video, and then like just make videos, put them out there, whatever. I constantly flop between. I don't know if that's good or not, but I think that's where I'm at again. I'm like sick of trying to fit the algorithm, so I want to do that and still stream more. And to stream more, we need to save time on videos. And to make more videos, we still got to do it. So I'm just going to care less about redoing bits and pieces and all that to make it like as clear as I can. If it's a little longer, whatever. While I was in Nagoya, did you visit a small ramen shop called Mugen Ramen? Do you think if I Google Maps it, it will show me? I think if I physically see what it looked like, I would have a better chance of remembering. I'm going to pull up a map. Let's see. Zoom out. Where is this? Where's my little street view guy? Drop him. What's this look like? I don't think so. Is it famous? What's special about this place? Most of my time was at Nagoya University itself and then walking around a little bit, stuff like that. So most of the places I ate were around there. Not famous, just some ramen you had there. Best I had. I think some of the best I had was in Tokyo, but it probably depends what style of ramen you like the most. I like the base, just like the usual pork broth kind of stuff. And I think one of the best was in Tokyo. I can't remember what it was called though. Chasing that high ever since. I go to any ramen place in America has been disappointing to me because of that. Actually, that's not true. There was one in Chicago I liked a lot. It had I think it was relatively authentic. That was my favorite that I'd ever gone to in America. Japanese staff and everything. Here's guys. If you've never been to Japan but you like ramen in America, here's one of your hints that it's going to be better than usual. If you order the ramen and it's out within a minute, okay, maybe a minute's a little fast. If it's out really quickly, not the usual like 5-10 minutes for most restaurants in America, depending on what you order. If it's out within a minute or two, that means this is a place that has high throughput on ramen. They have giant pots of the soup all boiling. All they're doing is like quickly boiling the noodles, dropping it in, everything. That is a quality place. You can predict how good your American ramen is going to be based on how fast it comes out after you order. Parker, that's cool. Like, what kind of music do you like doing? But I definitely, I feel you. It's hard to make what you want to make, but will also be financially viable. And I think anyone who enters content creation or just creative pursuits, I guess, has to find that. Which is why for a lot of people, it's better to keep it as a hobby, because you get to do what you want to do in your hobby and you don't have to care about it. You do your job, which maybe you don't, I don't know how lucky many people are to find something they perfectly love, but like you do it, it's happy enough, and then you get to do your hobby. Combining it can lead to some like unique stresses, even though people like sometimes like, oh, you just play video games, right? That's got to be the best. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's definitely pluses to it. It's why I chose it, but there's unique stresses to it, which is that playing video games, what you used to love, becomes stressful because it's tied to your life. So there's some like unique challenges on that front, but I think it's something anyone who pursues it will run into some degree. Tacos in Japan are super sad. Pizza in Japan is super sad as well. Spicy food is really sad. There's nothing. In Japan, I learned to... I usually like spicy food. I still do. Can't find it. It just does not exist in Japan. You could ask them, like, I want you to destroy me. Like, I want your spicy food to actually just kill me. I want to leave in a body bag. And it won't taste like anything. They're weak when it comes to spice. At least everywhere I tried, if it had some kind of spicy option, it was never anything. So I pivoted to just eating really hot food, not spicy, just temperature hot, because they'll serve things pretty quickly, and I just ate it. It's like, oh, we need some kind of like heat pain, so just really hot food, and that's kind of stuck with me. A Coco Ichiban opened near me, actually, here in Dallas. We went. I did get the 10. It wasn't too bad. It was nice. I don't know where my spice tolerance falls in the greater scheme of the world. I think to the average American, at least, I'm relatively high. So the 10 to me was, like, it was tasty, but it wasn't, like, crazy. My one hero has been banned, guys. Should I dare to play sniper and have no team setup for my team? Heck yeah. The patch could come at any moment. The joyous days of sniper support are coming to an end. Oh shit, I didn't even notice, guys. I hit 99 magic and I overshot it. I didn't even realize. I was doing it while we were talking. It's done. Poggers. For my birthday, my friend got me a magic cape. It's really funny. But I said I couldn't wear it till I actually got the 99 in magic, so I had to go finish it up. It's not from Wizard of Oz. It's just, here. I don't know what to call this type of music. I don't know if this counts as... It's some kind of metal. I don't know. Maybe it's not really metal. I don't know. Someone educated can tell me. Ursa Treant. All right, we're getting a Quellan Blade, and we're ho-ho-ha-haing. Maybe I should swap a circlet with something like this. Maybe a Fairy Fire. Japanese curry is very different from Indian curry. Culturally, it's interesting because usually places that depend a lot on seafood end up with high spice usage because historically spices have ways to help protect you from diseases. It's not perfect, but it'll protect you a little bit. So India, for example, has a lot of natural diseases in the area. Their food is some of the most spiced in the world because of that. Japan is a seafood country, but surprisingly, I feel that they tend to not use a lot of spices, and I think it's because they emphasize the natural taste in a lot of food and the freshness, which is another way to protect you from diseases. It's like you're not holding on to food forever, you're eating it ASAP. That's another way to protect it. As someone who's only like mildly educated in this kind of stuff, I think that's something that might explain some of the like spice differences.
30 seconds to showtime.
All right, let's refocus up. Let me take this before I forget. Let's cut one more tree and then head over. I'm not sure what I want.
The game is on.
Who got that? SF, pretty nice.
Got a feeling this is gonna be.
Uh-oh.
Spotter guides me. As you
Sneaky Treant.
yes. Spotted.
This is not worth your time.
Yes. Into the breach.
I thought Axe was gonna go at him, but
Napalm.
get off me, creep! Holy shit! Leave.
Spot on. My spotter guides me. Yes, you deserve nothing.
That range creep did extra damage than I thought. Yo, get off me, range creep! Ah, I kinda messed that up. That's fine, this is really good. Build another one? Should have bought another Iron Branch is what I should have done. Or sorry, a Sentry. Hehehe. Ho ho ha ha. I'm glad he pinged it. I did lose track a little bit there.
Sure is shooting.
The Dyer's courier.
Line of sight.
Alright, unfortunate we didn't get to get that. At least I didn't die though, which I could have. That positioning was pretty dangerous. Never mind, I thought he blocked my camp actually.
Gunpowder. As you say.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa, whoa. Every little stat matters, guys. Get me out of here. Holy crap.
Take that.
Too bad.
Spotted. My spotter directs. Into the breach. I'm not ready.
I wish I'd hit on that, but at least securing the creeps is not bad.
Killing spree.
Want to go for the 6-minute rune? I want to hopefully stack this. I'm a little slow. I'm not sure I'm going to make it. Maybe cutting this tree is going to make it possible. Okay, I'll go back. Let me see if we can do something down here with this double damage shrapnel. Unfortunate. Okay, maybe we go mid like you said now. I'm worried about
For your top tower.
Axe being left alone in this lane though. It's a pretty tough lane and there was never an observer to grab, so I still never placed one down there. I'm gonna make my way to the triangle, maybe stack it.
Run and gun.
I'll spot it. Lord Marshall, hey, thank you for the sub.
My spotter guides me.
I'm gonna not miss this sack. Ursa is just here. I didn't want to steal it, but you know, I didn't want him to get away, so.
Trick shot. My spotter guides me.
Dominating.
Sure is shooting.
A Necro TP'd, so can't get here. We should just shove this in as fast as we can.
Aha. Unknown trajectory.
Goes toward that side.
Of course. Snipe hunt.
I don't know. Do we trust him?
Yes?
Did I listen this time?
As you say. Yeah.
Oops, not this one. It's Spark of Courage, actually.
Follow board. Got it.
Blammo!
Mega kill.
Have fun trying to bust down.
Oh my. 25 souls. Holy shit, that hit hard.
A new trajectory.
We can help take this tower, I think.
The other fella's top.
Can I make it to
tower
stack?
making trouble.
If I bought the Windlace first, maybe.
Of course.
Oh, I should have had him put his courier back over here. I could have done this. Maybe it'll still make it. Ugh. You bumbling idiot.
Your mid tower needs a little help.
This will come in handy. Of course.
Killing spree.
There goes one of the.
There's no way you ult me. Necro all down.
Dominate.
Alright. That's fine. He didn't even get a stack. What should I get? Shard's pretty good, I think, versus the Ursa. Clip that, use it as your donation alert. Wait, which part? Which one? Let's walk out here. We'll do a stack. Grab this. See if we can make it to the Ancients. I think we should be able to.
Structures must have been fortified.
My spot.
Maybe not. Maybe just stack this Ancient camp. Stack?
Let's have a go at it.
I should be buying smokes. I have a challenge for it.
Let's just say things are getting a little uncomfortable.
Alright, this is where someone should build pipe. And it should definitely not be me. Alright, I guess we just chill till he has pipe or blink.
Of course.
I better use take aim to make sure I don't give shrapnel away. Can we get this? Alright, YOLO. Damn it!
Take a bite of your head.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see it. It's 5 million pings that happen all the time.
Yes, invisibility.
It's not like he's even close, guys. He's like 800 gold away. Whatever, who cares?
Yes. Trajectory. Spotted.
I stand behind them.
Yes.
Blammo! He killed my ward? Why do you have an observer on that part of Get out of the dot! Ah! Blammo! Aw, didn't get it.
Kill.
Maybe he blinked it. Are you bumbling idiots? I'm grateful when you guys subscribe. I don't want to put that in there.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to farm this and then make it to stack. Big wave coming bottom.
Of course.
I'll stack it.
Yes. Full board.
I did not stack it apparently. I did hit a little early, but I thought I was doing that because it was already stacked once.
That's life.
We can get one more. I think we can do it. I would like to get this so that I don't have to buy my thing.
Your mid tower's coming apart.
Purify me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can go get Roche if we go, guys. I have a smoke. I think we're stronger. If we're going, if we go. Get Pupil's Gift. That might be wrong. I just don't want to get burst.
Take that. Line of sight.
Radiant portal.
Maybe fight us, they
Low
leave.
HP. Oink.
Sure is shooting. Run and gun.
There's a part of me thinking about Mage Slayer, but it should probably just be a 4-staff.
Radiant structure.
I spotted thy
The other fellas,
It's processing this.
they must be plenty sore.
full bore. Of course. Into the brick.
Scammed.
Spotted.
It's probably vision on this side. Stay lower half.
Go breaking down the radiant structures like this.
Blammo! Stolen GA? Oh no. That was a very messy fight. Oh, my courier died too. That was not a well-organized fight from us. We got baited in by them lifting in the SF.
Banged up. Haste to your mid tower right about now. Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now. Bad news about your mid tower. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind. Dire structures looking fortified.
I think I do want a Mage Slayer. 'Cause I'm not a pipe builder. We need to build for damage, but Mage Slayer would at least be like a middle ground. Assuming I can hit Necrophos.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well. This ain't gonna end well.
Napalm. Spot on. Yeah.
Necro ulted. Yeah, he's right. He's right. Kind of backing up SF, but it was on his own.
Your mid tower needs a little help. Your mid tower is done for. Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. Perform very well, your bottom tower.
Spotter guides me. Of course.
Drum boots might be okay, but currently the root from what's his name is kind of wrecking us. Disarms everybody.
Spotted.
Sana BKB or sana BKB. Press push.
Seeing if I could find anyone else.
Sure is shooting.
I don't think Mage Slayer will be the correct choice.
A new trajectory.
Stand on the side that Treant can be in. Well, he's top for now, so I guess it's fine. Don't die, don't die. Just sit building.
The other fella's bottom rags is gone for good.
Should I get my own Lotus? Could potentially be about to spawn.
Run and gun. Line of sight.
Can I play bottom?
Yeah.
We need everyone. We can't go just part of us. I think TP down, guys, and we can smoke.
Okay, go guys, go. Me, we need you, bro. We need you, BKB.
Oh shit. Blammo! I'm missing all of those last hits. I'm just gonna do it.
Spotted. Into the breach. My spotter guides me. Yeah.
To use Biden that time.
All right. A little worrisome for a bit. Blammo myself. Oh god. Oh god. I am objective gamer. Me in the back. But sometimes I go for the kill steals. Damn. Objective gamer. Resuming. Alright. Kinda goofed in the middle a little bit, but we got the win in the end. Does Yules dispel Ghost Shroud? Yes, but it also lifts him in the air for a while, which means he can heal. So it's a little dicey. Nullifier is much better to get. Yeah, we could have probably hit the Ancient, lol. I totally forgot about double downing. We maybe could have considered it. I think lane was okay. Could have gone better. Also a pretty scary lane though. Treant Ursa versus Axe. Yeah, could have gone better, but I ended up quite rich and we got several stacks off. So even though Axe is down here, like as a total net worth, I think it's somewhat okay. Especially because we were investing in the Alchemist a little bit more than the Axe with the stacks, which I think is sort of what you need to do. Axe just needs to buy a blink. It's ultimately what he did. Who's lulzing at Ursa damage? 15. I mean, it's pretty tough to hit people this game. What's the best strategy for double down? Make sure your team's not tilters. See if the enemy has any pre-muted. Go for first blood. Get first blood. Double down. That's my typical strategy. But I tend to lose a lot of double down, so what do I know? I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. All right, let's play one more, and then we'll start doing replay reviews. Yeah, Necro's not great. But I don't know. That's just how pub Dota is, right? It's usually a hit or miss experience. We actually have several meta heroes this game. But if we go back to the Clockwork game, we have like Dragon Knight off lane. That's weird. Who's Lich? You know, who's Dazzle? Who's Lifestealer? Right? I mean, it's every game. But yeah, Necro into Omni-Knight, which is what I think he picked, is pretty bad. Though he still ulted me a couple times to get some stacks. Oops. As his last pick, Necro. Yeah, that's pretty bad into the Omni-Knight, in my opinion. Exactly. I just picked Sand King. I cannot believe how rarely we see Sand King in our games. To me, he's pretty much the best hero of the patch. At least when it comes to cores, you know, I would throw him up there. Top 3 for sure. And I can't even think the last time I saw him. Well, he'll be nerfed coming up. It'll be on the way. Was it ever feasible to build Diffusal on Jakiro given his innate? I don't know why you wouldn't just play someone else, though. 1, Diffusal's just not very good right now. But 2, the double hit is nifty. And I think if they change something in his facet, potentially we could see more core Jakiro, whom then might consider on hits. But if you're playing support Jakiro and you want to right click, I mean, your right click's horrible. Even though you have the double hit, your attack range is so low that you'd be building damage and then you'd be getting killed really quickly. And there's nothing that really synergizes with multiple hits except for the fact that you hit twice. And then you could argue, what about Liquid Frost? Like, okay, sure, you get a little bit more damage on Liquid Frost. But besides that, none of your other abilities encourage right-clicking compared to, who's a good example? Mirana support, right? Solar Flare and Leap both help you right-click a lot better. Weaver, double hit. Hoodwink's got the acorns. Nature just has really good stats and long range. Plus, he then teleports to everywhere. Right? Until they change something about Jakiro, I think the attack hit build will be a bit of a meme. I'm sure it'll work sometimes, but I just don't think it's something viable to go for with all the time. Sand King mid, play it while you can, man. It is not balanced. It is definitely being touched. I mean, some heroes are just hard to balance. Sand King conceptually being one of them. I think Lone Druid is good. Lone Druid, bare necessities, really solid. Willow, I think, is stronger. I think you go Throwing Shade now most of the time. Oh, thanks. And you just have a decent laning stage to get through some of your offlaners through that period. Maybe a Drow.
10
Drow
seconds to go.
Omni. Clockwork Omni.
5 seconds.
Let's win more games. Let's win another game before we stop. Ringmaster seems fine for both support roles right now. I am interested to see what his facet and his ags will be. I think that will help determine whether he's better in one role or the next. But so far, I've been having success with both roles, or I was. We kind of haven't been playing it lately. I think Solar Crest is just really good in general. Because I think most of your abilities do enough. Then you just build to buff up your team, whatever that is. And Solar Crest is a great default. I hope this isn't Viper offlane, because I'm going to be miserable. I think I should actually get a stick to tank up further.
I've a mind like a steel trap, and the
I go for
fate
first
brings
blood.
it. Rattle and roll.
Everybody get set.
It's in the bag.
See what happens. Draft-wise, kind of willing to double down. But it's not like they have a bad draft either. Oh wait, I'm hard support. I'm glad I didn't go top.
My trap.
I almost... something that wasn't helpful for me at all. Oh shit! I wasn't willing to eat more than that. And I don't think you can sneak through here. Two for two and my team got first blood. Guess that's okay.
My gears turn. I'm well
Since that got broken.
Halt.
Alright, whoever the offlaner is not allowed to walk up.
Armor power.
3 hits, let's go. Half his mana gone. Oh shit.
The gears are in motion. Yes. And good. Trip trap.
Give me your clarity. I just wanted to get his clarity.
Yeah. Yeah. Gear up. My gears turn.
Let me get my arrows out, and then you can die.
Yes. Closing in.
I have no mana, careful. I'm just here to fake support.
Trip trap. I'm well armed. Oh. Uh-huh. Ha-ha. Prepare for repair. Hmm. Yeah. Ow. Hey, watch it. Denied. A fine adjustment. I run like a clock.
Killing spree.
In gear.
Damn. I didn't get the attack fast enough.
Yes.
You're going mid.
I close the distance. A traps for a trap.
You know? Oh no, he's coming back here.
Armor power. Gnash your gears.
Okay, solid start so far. Coincidence that my girlfriend just gave me a gummy snack? I think not. Oh, if I didn't hesitate on that, I think I could have stacked that.
Yes. Spring my trap.
Okay, we just need to help her deal with this wave. It's huge. Okay, she's using multi-shot. That's good.
Done.
Maybe it's too greedy to get boots. We get a moment to think.
All right, carry on.
A fine adjustment. I run like a clock. Spring forward.
Surprise.
Aw, as soon as I walked away,
For a trap.
I wonder if they know.
Yeah.
The Dyer's courier took a trip to the old family farm.
Guessing Jakiro's getting the wisdom rune. I don't think we're gonna make it. I'm just gonna get the XP.
The Dyer went and fortified their structures.
Jakiro's coming this way.
Armor power.
I don't know what we're doing actually. That's crazy. Maybe he thought I wanted to go when I pinged. I was actually just pinging out the ward. I've just been using my charges before it gets too much. I've been burning their mana so they haven't been using as many spells.
I'm a 6 billion gold.
We haven't sat at 10 stacks this whole game.
Dying's just a
My gears turn. Do it with me.
Ah! Damn, I didn't expect that.
this world.
Yeah, I'm probably dead for this.
Mega.
Ah, how come I didn't fire? I was trying to fire Rocket Flare to get enough gold to buy an item at the end. Looks like we're all reliable gold anyway, so I didn't lose anything.
Might want to check your bottom tower.
Good, 2 people muted, huh?
Tower here.
I may be can, but I'm no hand. Players here.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot.
I'm well oiled.
Greetings.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot.
adjustment.
Your bottom tower ain't long for this world.
Spring my trap.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower.
I wish I had the smoke already. We either need to punish top or bottom to change what's happening here. I started too late. If I'd started sooner, that would have been okay.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Ice path. Scary.
Armor power. Wow.
Yeah, the last few minutes have not been good. I think the initial lane was okay.
Yes. I run like a clock. Spring forward.
What is he doing? How peculiar.
Yes.
Almost feel bad for your top tower.
Ah-ha. Yeah. Aha.
Radiance.
Pull.
Your top tower's in trouble.
The turtle wins the race. Yeah. A fine adjustment.
Your mid tower's coming apart. Good luck getting out of there.
The trap. Yeah.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. Can't do nothing about giant structures right now.
You might wish to retract your last move.
Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. You get raindrops, I think.
There goes one of the other fella's mid towers.
What do I want? Solar Crest still the play.
Yeah.
It's pretty decent with the heroes we have. But how good is it versus them? Everyone right clicks.
Spring forward. Spring my trap. Trip trap.
I'll take that.
Pull.
I think a jetpack at some point will be really good.
Here's turn.
Trying to knock him away with a cog before he could do that. Alas. Tinker support is still strong, but nerfed a little bit. More situational, harder to make it work. But for pub games, you know, whatever.
Your top towers are... Well, ain't this a treat?
Do it with flair. Well oiled.
Doing so good.
Closing in. Yeah. A trace for a trap. Uh-huh. Spring forward.
Double kill.
Your mid tower's too out of line. Your mid tower's held apart.
I guess that's okay.
A fine adjustment. I keep my enemies close and their corpses closer. I close the distance.
Woo! Is he gonna burn to death? A salve if you want it. Alright, he doesn't want it, it's mine.
Armor power. I run like a clock. My gears turn.
Well, they never got it, so I'm just gonna put another one down.
I'm well oiled.
Kind of close to 12 to get that XP here. Pupils gift the best? It's kind of awkward. They actually get Vampire Fang? Universal Hero doesn't feel very good to get it. That still might be the best.
Yes. Home. Yeah.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
Run into the power cogs. Damn. Alright, we died. I think what we did was pretty good that game, though. Or that fight. Oh, shit. They're all so low.
Double kill. Double kill.
Up if you can.
I think if I played a little better, I could probably kill that. What's his name? Okay, we go for solar next. Use that on Drow. Maybe drums or shard next. Would you tormentor?
Closing in.
Okay, okay, Drow's gonna join.
Spring my trap. Going in. I'm well oiled.
I mistimed that terribly. Jetpack me, damn. That one's okay.
Bring forward. I close the distance. I run like a clock. Cozy in here, isn't it? My ears turn.
Well, always knew they could eventually do it.
I'll rattle you, Jack.
Oh, I may not have put that far enough in, but hopefully they won't put a sentry like... I think this would be a weird sentry to do, but I
For a trap.
might get screwed for putting that like that.
Trip trap. Incoming.
Might want to check your bottom tower.
And it's off.
Toast.
Are they seriously just going high ground?
Check your bottom tower.
Ah, that was terrible. I got very overwhelmed there, guys. Drow left alone, do the damage. Ursa's gonna blink on her in a bit, I think. Ursa's following you guys. Ah, I could have done a lot more in that fight. If I power cogs a little sooner, I think I cancel the Ursa blink. Well, all things considered, I guess it's okay. I mean, it's their Aegis. They didn't do anything with it. I mean, they still have it, but like, you know. Then get this.
An escapement mechanism.
Your top tower's hurting. This will be good.
Woe is me suffering from success. All
Closing
my
in.
items everywhere.
Boom, there it goes.
I might sell the raindrops.
The turtle wins the race.
Pinging it to see if anyone else on my team will carry dust.
Rattle and roll.
Still alive. Woohoo. Oh wait, I got nothing I can. Whatever, it's done. The salve's already finished at this point. Who cares?
Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
A fine adjustment.
Hopefully they weren't paying close attention to my inventory.
I run like a
About dire structures right now.
Some kind of cliff warders? Tusk? One more cog maybe could have helped there. I mean that started just because she was in a really bad position. She wants the power rune, but I mean we would have had to like go through this tower. It would have been such a bad spot. I don't think it's worth trying to get that. Let's see if Tusk can make some great escape here. Alas.
Standing.
Almost feel bad for your top tower. That ought to help with those sneaks.
The bracer build begins.
A trace for a trap.
Radiant structures now. Your mid tower needs a little help. Your mid tower's gone. Tough luck. Your top tower's in trouble. There goes your top
I
tower.
close the distance.
I want to go try to set up wards for
Turtle
bottom.
wins the race. I call entrapment. Uh-huh. And it's off.
Oh my god, where is our clear angle? Ah, we almost caught him on that.
Yes.
Better neutral? Way better.
Big prize.
Rock it on.
Not up yet, but we should prepare for it.
Yeah. Jackpot.
have to play for Roche.
Players here. Coins in a can.
Scared to stay around here.
Yes. Trip trap. Do it with flair. Ho. Yeah. Incoming. Spring forward.
Please come play for Roche.
The other fellas down tower won't be making trouble.
Rattle and roll. Closing in.
Not sure if he is.
Killing spree.
I thought he would pop through the twin gate. That's the kind of thing a Spirit Breaker should do and not the Drow, in my opinion.
I call entrapment. A fine adjustment.
We could be, like, doing stuff. Whatever. It's a pub game. There will be inefficiencies.
Dominate. Own it.
Frames for a trap.
Rocket Flare True Sight will be very good.
Armor power.
I wonder how far exactly the base can see when all those trees are cut.
The other fellas bottom tower's gone good.
I have no mana. I have no mana.
The other fellas will have to
Oh,
do
we
without
barely got that in time.
the dire winning.
My clarity.
The other fellas mid-ranks is done.
20 seconds. Focused objective gaming. I got nothing. About like 3 mangoes or something. We stayed way too long. I kind of knew that would happen. I was just hoping that she would be able to mega and we would die for it, but... Oh, we did not have advantage. Oh, no, Razor can't hit anyone. I don't know what the next item is, the final item. Maybe just Yule Slith the Burst would be good. Oh. This poor Jakiro has been having a terrible time. 3 and 19! Holy shit, I hadn't realized it got that high. Creeps are objective gamers.
I'm well oiled. Rattle and roll.
I'll take that.
Players here. In here. Armor power.
I want to get it, but it's too scary. See, that guy. So scary. I had a dream last night I got attacked by a bear. Isn't that wild?
I close the distance.
I'll just save buyback. There's nothing we have to have.
Bring my trap. It's not time yet. A fine adjustment.
Wow. What a blink reaction time. Maybe it was luck. Get away from me. That wasn't on me, was it? I don't think so. All right, 2 and 1. Okay, what are you guys asking? Hold on, let me see. Let me scroll up. Helm on Tusk something we would consider? I don't think you have to do it though. Like, it's kind of cool, it's kind of funny, but why not just do a hero? It's not quite like Io, where you get, like, I don't know, Io benefits a lot more from getting a Helm himself if he's playing core Io. I don't really see why Tusk would need it. I'm sure it could lead to some funny plays. I think his current build seems fine, though. If you're playing Io and your Medusa, your one picks Medusa, do you skip mech? Yeah, I would skip mech. Mana Boots, Wand, Soul Ring sound pretty good. Some mix there. Locket's not bad either. I might do it later. I don't hate the Null Talisman, but the regen's a little small. I think you're just missing the Soul Ring. Otherwise, your build sounds fine. Because you might still pair to other people, right? So the mech could still be useful. But I would just get it later and later. You could also build things like Glimmer, which... it's still about staying alive, right? If the heal doesn't matter, magic resistance, and the barrier. Magic resistance for yourself, barrier for your ally can still be good. Yeah, maybe replace the Null with the Soul Ring. And that would be a little easier. Thanks, Helix. We've been playing a lot of Clockwork lately. I'm feeling relatively good about them. Still mess up some stuff here and there. One of those fights I got very overwhelmed and totally screwed up. Looks like it was a slight comeback too. I think one thing I could have done better is buy smokes a bit sooner. I think there was a part where we were getting through the lane okay, and it was starting to get overwhelming because of the Timber being Timber. That's where I needed to bring the Puck in. And to also help the Puck, who's in a Viper lane. And I didn't quite have the smokes fast enough. And if I do that, we maybe pick up a couple early kills a little sooner. Make the game a little easier. I think that's the main thing. Stand up for a second. I think Io Medusa is fine. You just build for mana regen instead of health. She still benefit, like, you still give bonus mana over, right? And you're only building so many items on Io anyways in a given game. So Arcane Soul Ring, maybe like a Solar Crest to buff her up, right? Like Arcane Soul Ring and then the Wand is already a bunch of extra mana for her to work with in a given fight. And then you just make her stronger. Rather than like, how do I keep giving mana? Just make the fight shorter. Give her an extra buff. Give her drums. Give her Solar Crest. Let her win the fight before you need like, well, what else can I like slip in more mana? Just, that's a huge amount of mana already. And then I would do like Solar Crest because that item's busted. Or if you're dying a lot, I would get like Bracers. Maybe Glimmer, something like that, right? Just to stay alive, and then just let her do what she does. No, we're gonna stop playing for today. We're gonna do replay analyses. It's been a while since we've done any. Let me get the Cloudbot open. And I'm also feeling a little, I don't know, I'm feeling like a little warm. I don't think I'm getting sick. I don't want to get sick. But because of that, we'll take it a little easy. We'll do some replay analyses and see how we feel. Let me switch to this thing here. And then, okay, if you want to join a replay, type !replay. And maybe you guys can submit the Lich or the Abaddon games and all that, the Tusk games, and we can watch it. and I'll give some feedback. Give me 1 second while you guys join in. Let's get rid of the ad so we don't hop into a replay and immediately none of you hear anything. I'm gonna get more water and all that. Be right back. If you want to redeem your thing, you can. Let's do the raffle first, but whoever redeems it first, we can do that for the second replay. I'm boiling some water for hot chocolate. Let's boom. Who is it? Bread accountant. All right. Bread accountant, send in your game. We'll start the download, all of that. I gotta go get my hot chocolate, and then we'll be in full force. Shadow Demon position 4. Soft support. You were ancient too and then drop down. Rip. That's okay. That's okay. We'll get you back up. We'll get you back up. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me get my... Crazy saves and terrible plays. That is. That's perfect. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm not the best laner either with Shadow Demon. But your passive does make you pretty strong if you just get the right clicks in. Like, you kind of want to get a couple right clicks, throw out a poison. If the poison hits and you're at, like, 3 stacks, you go for another one. And if you can get another auto attack plus another stack, at that point you disrupt. You're pretty much guaranteed to get to 4, if not the 5th stack. And you've been auto attacking too, so they're probably up to like 6 poison, whatever this shit's called, menace stacks. And then it's a huge chunk of damage, especially if you've, I mean, if they're full health, right? It's harder, but if you've whittled them down a little bit, it tends to work out the best.
Tag 'em and bag 'em.
So I never did any of that. Don't worry, we'll get him next time. Rut-row. Okay, let's look at this guy. He's already at 4 menace stacks, 5. I don't think you needed to disrupt yet. Let's go back to that real quick. Think of disruption as a stun as well, but it's a little awkward, right? So you could already attack this guy, and so could Timber. So you don't really need to disrupt yet. Granted, I guess you didn't want him to get out of disruption range, but I think you could wait a little longer till he's getting away from Timber and you. Then you disrupt, and then you use that time to close in again.
Seconds to go.
It is just kind of a level 1 fight, though, so I wouldn't expect
And we're back.
some crazy exchange. I guess it did get pretty close.
And away we go.
How many did you guys get? 2 for 2. All right, we used our blood grenade early, but it's not really the end of the world. Use some regen. Tusk probably had to do the same. All right. Let's get in here. If you're scared of Tusk coming in from this angle, then, you know, just stand on the left. I see some, yeah, getting low. Standing over here. We're back here, not doing anything. Okay, things are happening. Tusk now getting in the lane. Now we're getting in the lane. It's like you waited for Tusk. It's like, oh, I don't A 2v1 would not be fair. Allow me to wait at the side with Tusk until Tusk decides to join the fray. And then, only then would it be honorable to start laning. None of that now, just get in there. And then if you do get in a fight, I mean, this is fine, right? I don't care about that. But definitely just get in the lane a little sooner. It's mostly been a one-on-one this whole time. You're checking the camp, but he was in there, right? So I don't think disruption... I don't know. Actually, I wasn't paying it close enough timing. Maybe the disruption worked or not. I don't think you can remove them with disruption to get the camp to spawn. I could be wrong on that. But I would have waited till the 2-minute mark to see if it still doesn't spawn before checking the camp. Unless you think it's really critical to get it, then sure. Then you're looking to pull, but you actually don't need to. You see this when it's under the tower like this? So here, in your mind, just tell yourself this lane is going to push out because our creep's under tower. They're going to die first. So I don't need to do that much. Mainly, I need to make sure Timber doesn't die. And if they have any options for preventing this from pushing out, I need to deal with that. Which would be this camp spawning, which you had blocked earlier, so it didn't spawn yet. And this camp's open, so just make sure they don't pull it. But by being in the lane, you're kind of making sure he can't pull it. And you'd be close enough to help this Timber. Which, to be fair, Timber should not be doing this when it's like, this is dangerous for Timber. Should have been a bit more careful, especially when he doesn't have Timber Chain. But maybe you keep him alive through his mistake if you stay in the lane. And then you see, even without having to do a pull, in fact, you wouldn't want to do a pull. If you did a pull, it would be 7 of the enemy creeps shoving in, so you'd have to bring it on tower, and then you wouldn't be able to contest them, farming your creep wave plus a hard camp, right? So it doesn't really work out for you. Yeah, you gotta switch your mindset from 4 to 5. Good double stack, though. Yeah, once the fight starts happening like that, you just gotta start throwing out poisons. That's what's going to potentially dissuade them or surprise them, and you get a kill. You know, like through a lot of this, you're not throwing out the poisons. Once the fight starts, just start chucking them. It may not do a bunch because you're not level 3 yet because you were out of the lane. But if you are level 3, that's pretty strong. Downside is it takes a lot of mana, so then you will have to probably go home or buy more regen. But if you get a kill, it's pretty worth it. Here, a little passive, you could hit Luna a bit more. Okay, so you're starting with the disruption. So let's go through it. Even though I think it's already clear based on what we said already, but just to run through an example. So rather than open with the disruption, because you can just, the reason why is you can apply Shadow Poison while they're disrupted, right? So if you start with disruption and then start applying Shadow Poison, you're gonna get to 2 stacks, which is like whatever. This thing's like exponential, so you need 4 to 5 stacks. So you got to throw like the first 2 stacks and just see. If it hits, great. If not, it's only a bit of mana. It's a 2.5 second cooldown, not a huge deal. Once you get to 2 stacks and maybe some of your passive stacks, that's when you then commit the disruption. You're like, okay, now we go. So you just want to change that order around, and you'll find a lot more success with Shadow Demon in the lane. And also make sure you have, like, quick mental math, how much mana you have to make sure you can get to the total stacks. Looks like the 4 came over. So, dying itself is kind of whatever, since they rotated in.
Dyer's mid towers have
Lucky as balls. Something else you can do when you TP in a Shadow Demon, depending where it is, Shadow Poison's pretty long. So position 4 or 5. When you teleport in, you still got that fountain buff. Just chuck out a couple Shadow Poisons, see if they hit or not. If they do, you can look for more. If not, it was free because you still have that fountain buff. Okay, so see, this one's looking a lot better. So second Shadow Poison. We don't have a ton of Menace stacks, but that's okay because of how it happened. You want to go a 1-0-2 build, by the way. And usually you max Shadow Poison. If you feel you need to max Disruption, I wouldn't hate it, but I would still get like 2 points in Shadow Poison. Like 1-0-2 just for the lane. And now if you disrupt him now, you'll get 2 more stacks of Shadow Poison. Maybe he gets away at that point, and then you pop him, and hopefully you've done enough. See, he's at 3. And he just has to run. Now she's at 3. Popped it a little early. Pop it later. Unless you're trying to outplay a wand or some kind of burst heal, just keep letting it stack up. 4, 5, whatever. No need to pop it early, because it's global. Even if you die, it'll activate on its own. So there's no need to activate it early unless you're worried about some kind of surprise burst heal.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
I think 1-1-4 is fine, especially for pub games. A lot of people won't expect the poison damage, and Disruption has a lot of cool utility, but it often takes more team play. I would say a 1-1-4 build is fine, and you'll even see people then max
Mid tower's getting banged up.
Disseminate. Couldn't remember what it's called. You'll see a max Disseminate after that, because usually 1 point in Disruption is enough to disrupt and live up to the name. The time does not increase, it's just the cooldown. But 26 to 20 is not really the end of the world. And then illusions aren't that strong at the beginning of the game. They get stronger the later the game goes. I think one way they might nerf Shadow Demon is to nerf Disruption, and you get more value out of it as you level up. I mean, obviously, but like, I don't know, cast range or something. So that you have to level Disruption, and people can't just max these 2 abilities and get insane damage while still having like super value point in Disruption and ultimate and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't have the mathed out, but due to the way it multiplies, the scaling on Shadow Poison is really good, while the scaling on Disruption is just like meh. Yeah, some people will leave the ultimate at level 1 for a while too. I would say it maybe... I mean, yeah, if you look at it, like 150 more damage, it's kind of nice. But the key parts of Demonic Purge are all there. The 6-second duration, the 60-second cooldown, cast range is the same. So you'll see some people just leave it at like 1 point. When it comes to Shadow Demon, you know how most heroes, we try to figure out how to get in as many auto attacks in between spellcast as possible? That's still kind of true for Shadow Demon, but now it's more emphasis on Shadow Poison at a 2.5 second ability and how the stacking works, right? Try to find as many opportunities to throw it out at whatever target. I'll leave it up to you to decide like how it's important to use it for vision, use it for stacking, but try to chuck it out in a team fight. It's the pain of Shadow Demon is like once you get in a fight you blow through all your mana, but
The dire structures.
that's kind of how you should take the fight. Excuse me. Grown man here who can't drink, can't limit himself, tries to put too much hot chocolate in his mouth at a time. Yo, run, Quap! Holy shit.
Tower's in bad shape.
See, that one I can kind of understand why you popped early, because you were worried about dying and you thought you could get a kill first. I think that's sort of okay.
Got it.
Are you okay? It's a sign I'm getting old. I wouldn't mind seeing a Soul Ring buff. What would we do to it, though? Maybe you give it a very small amount of regen, or maybe you just change the cost. Just make it a little less painful to use, 170. Maybe it's the bigger issue that there's a lot of arcane boots in the game, because it's really, arcanes are really good. No health cost, just free. What if instead of gauntlets, you made them out of circlets? That's too good. That's too good. Maybe it should combine out of more rings. It should use a ring of regen instead of one of these gauntlets. That way it's a little more self-sufficient. The rings of power consolidating into the one ring. Maybe that's a different item. Maybe that's the upgrade to Soul Ring. Soul Ring plus Bassi plus... I don't even know. Perseverance? Is there any more? I think that's the three big ones. Ring of Health isn't in the Perseverance, right? Turn my fan on. Now I'm warm from drinking my hot chocolate. 1 point in Disseminate is also very worth it. So yeah, just the skill build. Go 102, 4th point, get 1 point in Disseminate, and then from there, max Shadow Poison, max Disseminate. I would use that as your default. Your item build looks fine. From here, it kind of depends on the game. Any typical support item could be good. Shard can be good. Ags can be good. A little greedier, but unique to Shadow Demon. This game you probably don't need the Aghanims. Lol. The true sign I'm getting old is that I really diluted this hot chocolate. The packet is probably supposed to make like half this cup, and I filled the whole cup up. It's too sweet for me in my old age.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
I might open a new raffle. I know there's a lot to this game left, but I think we've covered some important build and laning stage to Shadow Demon already. That'll make a big difference. Okay, exclamation point replay. Anyone interested? We'll keep looking through the game a little longer while you guys enter the next raffle.
Trouble for Radiant Tower. Radiant structures have been fortified.
And a prom bread account.
There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
Bit of a hopeful ult here from Snapfire. You add chili powder to your hot chocolate? Is that a thing? Do people do that? I've never tried that. I don't know if I'm intrigued in trying. I'm typically willing to try things at least once. I don't know if that's strictly something I'm that interested in though. Is it good? I mean, I guess people have like the chili chocolate kind of stuff, right? That's spicy. I've never quite done that. I'd be kind of willing to try. How much do you add? Yeah, as texted. What if I just put a whole chili pepper in there? Just pluck a Thai chili, drop it in the hot chocolate, let it steep. Is that too powerful? Depends on how spicy you like it.
Mid tower's getting banged up.
I was thinking what to do. I've been, we were saying earlier, I've been YOLO gardening. If I have a bunch of seeds, I just chuck them in. And if they grow, they grow. I did some Thai chilies. I didn't expect, I was just chucking in a bunch of seeds just because I had a bunch of seeds. They all grew. I have 1 million Thai chili plants now. They're not fruiting yet, but we're getting there eventually, come next year. And I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with 5 million Thai chilies. And I'm trying to grow like habaneros, jalapenos. I have a whole variety. And I'll use some for cooking, but at some point I don't need that much. So I was looking up what I can do with it. Hot chocolate, apparently. I saw some talk of like a jalapeno jelly could be pretty tasty. That sounds interesting. I'd be up for trying that. Gorgeous SD plays. All right, anyone else interested in joining the raffle? Who else? Who else?
Dire's mid tower.
ECXXY. Spicy pepper jellies. Yeah, I'd like to try it. I'd like to try it. Well, we'll see. We'll see if the plants actually grow that far. You know what I discovered? I was trying to pickle some stuff because jalapenos are actually quite cheap here in Texas. I guess they grow easily. People like it. And sometimes they go on sale, you know? So I was trying to do some light pickling myself. Hold on, sorry guys. Dota's in the way of our food talk. Let me just pause it. This is a food streamer right here. And PCXXY has to get it in the replay anyways. I was trying to pickle it. And so this is also when I was planting them. So I cut the peppers and then I was trying them to see how spicy it was to try to like pick one. I know that's not fully how it works, but I figured we might as well pick the seeds from like the spiciest jalapeno, you know? So I was trying them. None of them were that spicy when I was biting them. And I was like, it's not that great. I pickled it. I boiled some like vinegar, sugar, mustard seeds, pepper, whatever, poured them in. When I tried it, it was way spicier. I guess because the pickling like sucked out the capsaicin from the jalapeno and it was just infused and it was very tasty that way. I like that a lot. That's something else I will do with an excessive amount of peppers. But there's still only so much. I'm not doing real pickling and jarring to last for years. That scares me. I'm just doing like very casual, eat it within like a couple weeks, like a month or two maybe at most is my rough estimate. But yeah, it sucked out that capsaicin. It was very spicy that way. I liked it. Let me get the game info. Veno saw pretty much no play at TI, right? And that means maybe some Veno buffs coming in. Maybe it'd be time to go back to Veno. Yeah, I think he's fine for pubs. If you're finding success with it, I'm not surprised. And now that's going to go higher if he gets buffed. 80% win rate. Peppers, growing some Chungus peppers. Plants are so interesting. So I'm trying to grow this habanero. I have two different habanero plants. One was
Here's
bigger.
some prime money.
Yo, thank you for the prime money, anxiety lol. I appreciate the name. What a vibe. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. I have two habanero plants. One was bigger. I moved it to a giant pot. I think I maybe gave it a too big of a pot too soon. Though it's funny. You can grow plants in the ground, and that's fine. You grow them in a pot, they're like, oh, the pot's too big for me. How weird. So it hasn't been growing as well. Or when I fertilized it, I put more fertilizer on the other one that was smaller and was slower at growing. That one now has a shit ton of leaves. It's more stable. It's healthier. Plants are so interesting that way to me, right? Just by like some slight different care. Maybe one ended up in the sun more. Some has like more nitrogen or whatever, right? They end up so different. The plants are very different now. And I think that's why gardening has been fun for me, because I don't know what I'm doing fully. My parents were gardeners, so I kind of have a rough idea, but it's very interesting to see the different plants. Science is happening. Okay, focus. Veno, Lifestealer versus Legion. Unfortunate. She can remove your poison.
High hopes for this one.
I would pick what you're gonna do. You kind of tried to like, I'm gonna be with Lifestealer, and then last second I'm gonna go to that bounty rune. But that's kind of like picking the worst option of both. Either you're late to this bounty fight, doesn't work because you're not there and you don't get to queue, or you leave, it doesn't end up mattering, but then they actually invade and then they find Lifestealer on his own and they kill Lifestealer. So I would pick one or the other, which I would say just stick with your team, do it, and then TB to lane, whatever. It's a pub, like you'll see a mix, but I would try to commit to one. Yeah, we're doing replays today. Would love advice for better laning. Okay. We'll focus up on the laning stage then. Yeah, there's a ton of different factors for plants and all that. I have been trying different soil mixes, mixing in different things as I read like, oh, they like this kind of soil, whatever. Why is sand so hard to find? I see a lot of recommendations where it's like, mix a little bit of sand. This plant grows in like sandy environments, whatever. I try to go find cheap sand. Why is it so expensive to buy sand? It doesn't exist. I don't get it. Habanero is still growing peppers while the jalapeno and chilies have a lot of fruits already. I hope we'll get there. I think we will. The habanero, it really is looking quite healthy. And I'm sure one of my 15 million Thai chilies will get there. All right. You bought a sentry. You didn't block right away with it. You didn't open up your camp right away with it either. I would probably just block. I might consider versus a Legion just starting with the Plague Wards. But I don't really mind starting Q. She probably doesn't start with W anyways. Now you definitely know, right? So see, this guy's not stacking poisons either because he's level 1. We'll see if he does it. Took a lot of damage from walking in. I guess you didn't fully know who you were going to lane against. I would buy a magic stick as soon as you see its Shadow Demon. But we never actually checked that corner. Unless I missed it. I would use the Plague Wards on yourself. That's sort of the point of Plague Carrier. There are times to put it on the ground. Like, the one in the camp was fine. But as you approach the lane to fight, I think you need to be using it on yourself. He popped it too early. I think you're trying to build a bracer too soon. The cores will build the bracers. Supports, if you get like a first blood, maybe you could get a bracer. I think the build up from Circlet to the rest of the bracer takes too long, which you're kind of experiencing. Could be a salve, could be mangoes, could be the magic stick. It's like, okay, now I have the bracer. Now I'm going to out efficiency them. It's 3.5 minutes in. The laning stage is approaching. It's past its midway point for Divine Plus players. So unless you have a very good start, I wouldn't rush the bracer. If you think you have to fight it out in the lane, you should buy other things first. I forgot about ads. Okay, pause. Let's wait. Oh, plant talk while we're paused. Let's go. Look for loam or sandy loam when buying soils. Okay. Loam equals equal parts sand, silt, clay. All right, I'll check that out. Okay. Yeah, sorry about the ads, guys. It's the Twitch livelihood. It's how it goes, my bad. What was I saying? I think I was just rambling about Bracer, the greed of Bracer, which you already agreed with and came to understand, so I think it's fine. You know, like this kind of stuff. It matters. It's why people do the Plague Carrier. You should just use it on yourself. You also, I don't think you need to commit to blocking the camp that much. Like, this is the strength of Plague Carrier, is that you just farm it. So I would put less emphasis on caring about the camp. It always depends on the matchup, of course. But so far, I feel like you've spent a lot of time here, which means you're not in the lane winning the lane. But you're also not jungling in the jungle because you're blocking the jungle. So it's kind of funny. I think you should just pick one or the other. Leave this. In fact, you're picking both. You're not going to care as much about it. If you want to block the first spawn, that's fine to get you going. Get your first couple levels. Once you're level 3, I don't think we care about this anymore. Because we don't care about it, we block it once, forget. We play the lane. When they go to do that stuff, we don't care. We're going to bully the offlaner. We're going to get higher levels because we're spending time in the lane. They open this camp, whatever. If they do a pull, if we're pushing, because when you use Plague Carrier in the lane, you can't help but push. You now have the hard camp to work with, which you'll have all these Plague Wards on you to farm it or to contest it. And I think you'll be winning more. Like, your laning will go better, and then you'll be farming the jungle better. And I think that'll be a better way to go about it. You're a plant major. That's cool. What exactly do you have to study as a plant major? Environment conditions? Things specifically about plants? Oh, sentries outside. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. For some reason, I thought that was in. But you are still kind of blocking anyways. Yo, Willabum, thank you for the raid. Okay, real quick pause. Welcome, everybody. We're doing replay analyses today. I'm Zach. Nice to meet you. Z Quixotics. If you're looking at this username and you're confused, you're like, who would name themselves this? It's me. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. We're doing replay analyses. If you feel like sticking around, you're welcome to, and we just raffle them off. If you're gonna leave, that's totally understandable. I get that. We're also talking about plants in between Dota. If you got any interest in gardening. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. PC. I got distracted. Let's go back. Let's see what you were up to. Plant mommy, nice. I'm slowly getting into plants. Mainly plants I can eat. I'm slowly growing more now that I have space for it. Let's see. This pull is fine. Although when I look at the lane, I don't know if you had to do that pull because the lane is sort of pushing into you. I don't think you've got to. Food plants. Nothing sus. Nothing crazy. We got some jalapenos and habaneros and peppers. Herbs. Herbs are so expensive. I'm trying to grow rosemary and oregano. My oregano plant is powerful. I'm amazed that thing is so strong. I don't know anything about oregano. I don't even cook with oregano. But we got it for one recipe and I tried to grow stuff out of it from the extras. And it's doing it. That oregano wants to live. Okay, you gotta use the plate carrier more. Hey, you keep putting them on the ground. Stick them on you. That's the whole point. Then your farming's faster and better. And you'd have three plague wards on you right now to help you with this or with this. This game is Divine. We're looking at a Divine hard support game right now. I do have mint growing. Some caterpillars gone on it though, so that it's really been struggling. It's still alive though because it's mint. I don't think it could die if I wanted it to. But it hasn't really grown much because it just kept getting eaten. But I washed all of them off. It's now recovering. I went to go eat pho, and I took the basil. I didn't use the basil, I took it home. And I propagated it. We'll see if it's going. Only one grew roots. And then the roots stopped growing. So I planted it, and hopefully that'll get it going again. I paid for that basil. I'm gonna use the basil. Look, pho places, you're wasting your money. Why? They give so much, so many bean sprouts and basil. They don't give enough limes. They put like a single lime slice on there, but they'll give you a whole fistful of basil. No one's gonna put a fistful of basil in their pho. You don't need that much, but they give it to you, so I'm gonna take it. Yeah, there's gonna be some different basil varieties. I think this one that we have will be good because I'm more familiar with Asian basil, like using it in, I don't know, like a pad thai or something. I need to look up what to do with oregano and rosemary more. I can kind of use some of it, but for the amount I'm gonna have, I need to look up like, here's how to eat raw rosemary for a full meal. I don't know what to do with how much I've got growing. The summary for you so far is put plague wards on yourself. A couple like this is fine for vision. Like, this is okay every now and then. But after a kill, if you're not shoving things... Looks like you're going to go place a ward. This is fine. Let's see where you end up placing it. Sneaking up here, dropping this one. Okay, I'm fine with that. And then you should be, like, running into... See, like... Stick it on you! Stick this sucker on here! Right there! I love lime. Lime is one of my favorite.
Courier.
It's such a good flavor. I also have a curry plant growing. I think it's better. I burned it a little bit when I first... It was originally inside, and then when I moved, I put it outside, and it got burned a bit by the Texas sun. So then I had to put more care into it. I gave it better soil, better pot, everything, and I think they're both starting to recover and do well. And the temperature also went down, so they're doing fine now. I'm excited for those to grow more. Simple jalapeno and lime dish you can make. Ooh, okay. I like jalapenos and I like limes. That's everything. Let me slow it down a little. Okay, we got our arcane boots. Okay, that worked out overall pretty well. What are we doing over here? Lotus? Alright. It's time to leave. I feel like you've been down here this whole time. One of Lifestealer's strengths is that he can just be left alone really early. This was a tough lane. So if you stick around a little bit more, I think that's okay. And I guess you have an Alchemist that he kind of also wants to just be left alone. But I would say you just go with Centaur and Wind Ranger. Go do shit, you know? Go top. And that way you can jungle without guilt. You know, I know you're a good person, so even as you take
Kill.
Plague Carrier and you know you're supposed to jungle a little bit, you know, I'm sure there's a little bit of guilt, like, oh, I'm taking it from my cores and whatever. But as soon as you cross this river line, that guilt's gone. You've been absolved by Gaben, and now you're just free. And when you're farming and the core's like literally coming over, it's like, what are you doing? It's like, this is the enemy's farm, it's okay. Get over there, free yourself, no guilt. No guilt farming over there. It's Alk 4. Oh, I mean, that's fine then. Like, Wind Ranger, Centaur, you, and then sometimes the Alchemist as the position 4. That's also fine. Looks like you came down here. I mean, this is something Venno can do. Okay, you are coming over. Good, good, good. I would rather see this. I feel like Lifestealer is okay to bounce between mid and bottom and handle that himself. See, like, look. There's so many cores, like, right here. I don't give a shit. This is the enemy's half of the map. I'm jungling, and I have no guilt. Okay, in the middle of a team fight, I'd have a little guilt. But that's why you stick them on yourself, and then you're farming and posturing, and it's all accomplishing. Alright, I don't know what Wind Ranger's doing over there. That was not part of the play. And now, look, now the enemy's gonna get their hard camp, and that's why I had to jungle it. That's why I had to do it.
Radiant lost one of them bottom towers.
Been eating the skins of different fruits, limes, oranges, kiwis. I don't like the kiwi skin very much, but I know you can do some stuff. You can like candy the citrus peels and all of that. I'd be kind of interested in doing that. I haven't been able to get any limes or lemons to grow yet, though. I know I should probably just buy the plant. I've been sort of trying. Every time I have a lime or a lemon and I have a seed, I take that seed and I try to grow it, but a lot of them haven't been growing. It's the complete wrong season as well, so I'm not that surprised. I'm just sticking them in because I already have it. That's the phase of gardening we're at. Just like throw it in the dirt, see if it grows. Needs to be a Dota hero that grows crops. Do trees count? Maybe we just bring the mango tree back. Let's swap some neutral items around. I'm ready for the mango tree to come back. Maybe we change it to encourage environmentalism.
Dyer's bottom.
You only plant, it's a temporary. It takes, I don't know, 30 seconds or something for the tree to grow. You plant it. You only harvest it once. Maybe that's not encouraging good environmental practices. You harvest and destroy the tree. That way, someone's not screwed over out of a neutral. The mango tree. I miss the mango tree. I want it to come back. See, I feel a little guilt. A little guilt farming our own ancients. Little guilt also, that top tower, we should have just been going there to farm the creep wave.
Dyer's top tower's getting beat down. Can't do nothing about Dyer's structures right now.
Go help with the Tormentor. It looks like they were posturing for the Tormentor. Get yourself a free Tormentor. It's really good. Really good versus Legion. And Shadow Demons isn't a strong Dispel. Right? Yeah, it's just a basic Dispel. So it'll remove your thing and then stun the person. Maybe the next PvE game mode in 5 years, it should just be a farming game. Like, people are calling for Ags Lab and like Silt Breaker comebacks. Those were all great. But the next one should just be 4 players farming high score. Here's a barren map. You need to develop it into a productive farm. Here's your time limit. Here's your challenges of item. Oh no, you gotta defend it. There's a infestation of bugs coming in. That's the game mode people really want. This fighting is tearing us apart. I just want to grow mangoes.
Guess what's happening?
I want to fish.
Tower.
Set up a fish farm. Okay, I'm going to open the raffle. Any guests still here from the raid, you are welcome to join in.
Dyer's
Just type exclamation point
hell.
replay and you'll enter the raffle. Boop. All you need, it's free. All you need is a match ID from the last week so I can download it. I'm scared. It's all, we don't, there's no flaming.
Trouble brewing.
Teasing, maybe at best. Stick that ward on yourself. Teasing at best. No, I'm not angry. Everyone's here to improve. We cover all the ranks. If this happens to be divine, we go from like Herald all the way up. There's no shame here. If anyone's being rude to you, we'll time them out.
All right, carry on.
What are you getting? A pipe? I don't know. You need pipe this game. It's okay, but I think there's like a couple reasons pipe is not the best. One is the Shadow Demon ult will remove it from at least one person if it gets an Ags multiple. And then like Legion's physical, sure, there's like overwhelming odds, but it's mostly physical. Pudge Rot, but he's like a support. OD is pure damage on the Arcane Orb, and then the ultimate and the Astral are magic, so it's, you know, it's like, it's kind of okay, but I keep forgetting it's Alk. It's weird. Okay, wait. I have to double check. Maybe you might be right. Pipe might be the one that can't be dispelled. It changes all over the place. I always forget.
Venomancer.
Is pipe the one that can't be dispelled?
Better get ready.
It will load up. Just load up on all of them. Oh yeah, okay, pipe's the one that can't be dispelled. You know what? That is a little better. I'm still not sure if I would get pipe in that game, but that does improve it. I'm glad you reminded me. You guys teach me too sometimes. Who was in that game? Let me go back and look. What was Centaur building? I guess if Centaur's building the other stuff, I don't mind as much. I would have just gone for Greaves, I think. He did not get the other auras. Well, because of that, I guess it's sort of okay. I think it'd be better if someone else do it. Yo, an anonymous gifter. Thank you so much. 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Whoever got one. You have a couple cool emotes. But I need to get more emotes. I keep saying this. I'll look for it after this. Maybe tomorrow. I can sue Game Leap if he's wrong. No. Speed's quite smart. He's a good player. I trust him to know that stuff. Yeah, that's my family dog. She's back in North Carolina. That's Snuggalugafus. She's much older now. She's not as energetic. She mostly just sits on the floor and sleeps. But yeah, we gave her a little dragon lion costume for Chinese New Year.
Who's that? Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Non-rigged. I didn't do anything, guys. Pick winner. Cosmo813.
Who's that? Thank you.
He does have arcane boots. I think Greaves works because there's a lot of physical damage. In particular, duel. Like, I think addressing duel is very good. No rigging. I specifically said no rigging, Joy K. You think I would just say that as I rig it? No way. A Carrie Luna. Why did I write Luna? Carrie. Alright, looks like a party game. Ranks all over the place a little bit. Let's see what we can do. I learned a lot about gardening. Mortal Oracle. Okay, Mortal Oracle just redeemed the replay. We'll do it after this one. We were behind the whole game. Wasn't sure what I could have done better to help win. Okay. Let's see. For you, I mean, your rough game plan looking at it would be to have a decent lane, farm up, hit like a 2-3 item timing, but that the later the game goes, especially if you get like a Scotty at some point, I mean, I think you'll have a better time versus Lifestealer, especially with the help of like Axe. So if they do end up picking up a lead, I think you just need to draw it out, keep moving towards that late game. See what happens. Watch a patch drop again. That did happen last time, didn't it?
30 seconds to go.
I don't know. I mean, they got to do it soon because... I mean, they don't have to, but... The next set of tournaments are going to start soon. People getting ready to
Here we go.
start the next set. Are we gonna play that same patch? Okay, so your lane's gonna shove out right off the bat. I don't think you really want that to happen. You should, so Centaur's aggroing, you should also aggro and go forward to match. You have an Abaddon, he'll help keep you safe. And you're like a pretty sturdy carry anyways, especially at the start, 700 health. That'll prevent this from happening. And once this happens, your lane's kind of in a bad spot. Especially because you then attack the creeps a couple times. Oops, I accidentally misclicked the Centaur, that's fine. So that just made our whole laning stage a bit harder.
Blood.
Hey, what's the rank disparity? This will happen in a lot of party games. Okay, with Legend. Okay, it's Divine through pretty much Legend. Archon 5 is pretty much there. Got a wand. You even have to build the wand right away. Jakiro, you're gonna get one spell out of him at a time. The passive doesn't give you its charge. Centaur, you can get a decent amount of, depending on the build he does. Well, I don't really mind it. I think if you were gonna go for the Wraith Band, I would maybe do that first over the wand, because you can just use the charges when you get to 10. But also, I think it could be lane you skip the Wraith Band, because a lot of their damage is gonna be burst, magic burst, not physical harass. So I don't know if you really need the armor from the Wraith Band. Probably just go straight for your Power Treads or your Mask of Madness. Or like the Morbid Mask to get the regen. I think you could also not level, like you should just hold the skill point in your glaive so that you don't auto shove the lane. Maybe I'm a little behind on the Luna builds. I think usually you just hold it until you're ready to start jungling more though. And I don't think level 2 is that time. Unless you have a plan to do a lot of pulls and stuff with your support and you want to shove and then just do pulls, I'm kind of open to that. If that's your plan, then that's okay with me. But otherwise, I do recommend holding the skill point till you pick up like a couple more items. Because once you start shoving the lane, you're either going to have to tank jungle camps or you're going to have to, like the wave is going to bounce back and forth and you're going to have to tank jungle creeps. So the question is how soon you want to do that. And you now picked up some smaller items, so it's getting easier. But when you leveled it, right, we had like iron branches and stuff. So I don't really want to be doing it yet. And then if you're in a party, I recommend you let them know to do like half pulls and stuff. I don't think this is a pull that really needed to happen. It's just going to continue shoving the lane back and forth. And I actually think Luna's like a pretty decent laner versus Centaur. So I feel like by shoving it, you're actually giving him more farm than you need to. Always end up building the wand. You don't want the branches in the way. That's kind of their thing, though. It's like, that's what they do, is they just fill up the slots, and then you backpack them if necessary. But there are times to build the wand for that slot efficiency, especially if you know you need it. But you'll see, like, if anyone was going to skip it, sometimes it'll be carries, because they're more likely to just be on their own farming, which means they actually get no charges from the wand. So unless they really need the wand for the laning stage, or they plan to get active early, you'll often see them just get the magic stick, and then eat the branches, sell the branches, whatever. Yeah, see, this is another full pull that's going to lead to the lane bouncing around. I mean, now you're level 5, so it's whatever. Abaddon, after doing that pull, should probably just go for the Wisdom Rune steal, and then you jungle. Didn't really see that situation, so what you did is fine, but otherwise I would move to the camps behind the tower to let your support go for the Wisdom Rune. And then at this point, you're just jungling. So Abaddon can leave the lane now, especially if you have a Morbid Mask on the way. I don't know what's coming here. But if this is a Morbid Mask, I would say it's time. Oh, it's your Power Treads. Okay, that's fine. I didn't notice you didn't have them yet. Close. Nice swap to Strength Treads. All right, this is where I would now... I mean, it's kind of been happening the whole time, but now I'm all for it. Like, just shove the lane. Abaddon shouldn't TP down here. Like, your team should start moving towards Axe and Puck, and you just shove the lane, and then you fall back in jungle. And the fact that you have a ward already is enough to keep you safe. It's on the cliff, which is not the best, right? But you'll just go jungle. Like, you're supposed to be jungling the small camp right now, but you can't because they're here, so he's farming it. They wouldn't do a pull. You would do this, farm the small camp, come here. If they shoved in the lane, you cleared under tower, and then you go here. If it's like holding out here, then you like go do this stuff first, repeat. And you're just going to do this on your own for a while. And then they'll have TPs to come help you if necessary, but they shouldn't be here right now. Like Lifestealer solo farming and getting kills, apparently. Maybe not solo because other people are here. But you're the faster farmer. Like, if, let's, like, put it another way. If you're in the jungle and Lifestealer's in the jungle, you're winning because you're a way faster jungler than Lifestealer is at this point. So the fact that Lifestealer can play the lane and jungle and get kills that's what he needs right now. So your team should go to him. Of course, you're not playing all your teammates, so I'm not saying, like, you should know all that, but if you're the higher ranked in your party, you want to try to be able to identify this stuff to give direction to your teammates and let them know, like, I'm okay right now. Go bother the Lifestealer. And then hopefully leave the execution up to them. Oh no, I forgot to look at the ad break. Okay, pause. I'll wait. We're waiting. That was an important point. I'll repeat. Wait, you're back already? The ad says it's still in progress. How'd you do that? How'd he do that? What was I just saying? Oh yeah, I just wanted to go into a little bit more detail about why, like, you should be left alone versus the Lifestealer. Because if you think about, like, I'm in the jungle and he's in the jungle, well, you're going to be winning because you're a much faster jungler because you went Moonglaves. Right? Nowadays, by the way, people often do take the ultimate at level 6 because you're maxing Lucent Beam, so you can consider it. You don't have to do it, and maybe this game you decide not to. That's okay, but I will throw it out there in case you didn't know. But anyways, like, you're gonna jungle way faster than Lifestealer. So when it comes down to, like, you tell your supports to abandon you and go bother the Lifestealer. And it's like, well, now I'm getting kicked out of lane. That's still winning because Lifestealer should, in theory, also be getting kicked out of the lane if they're prioritizing him. Or it should at least be like 3-on-3. It's very annoying for him. He's not getting a ton of last hits in the lane. He wants the solo free time right now, which is what the enemy wants to do. They want to come and pressure you and draw the attention here. So you need to break that cycle. You need to tell your team, like, as the high-ranked player, you can provide direction, and you tell them, like, you guys go bother Lifestealer. I will do what I can, which is maybe just AFK jungling, which will be fine, or maybe you do get to defend the lane a little bit. But what's currently happening is very good for the enemy team. Okay, yeah, skipping the ult if you think you're just going to be jungling is fine. Is fine with me. Well, the whole replay, the replay analysis is for the people. So if we just talk through the ads, You know, especially for the whoever is getting the review that doesn't do much. Seeds of Serenity! Seeds of Serenity! Not insta-picking it means you didn't get it. You got it! Woo! Seeds of Serenity is like the best early neutral, especially if you think you need to jungle.
Radiant's mid tower's coming up.
No hesitation. No, I'm just teasing. But it's really good, as you can see. And now you get your Morbid Mask, so we should be good to jungle. And like the two supports down here just shouldn't be here. They should be with Puck or they should be top with Axe. And you'll do this. And when the creeps are under tower like they are now, instead of you walking this way, you would have walked back to the tower, shove it out, assess the situation, how far you can go, and then you would just go back to jungling. And that's all you would do down here. And they should be ready to TP to help you, but otherwise just be bothering Lifestealer. Lifestealer's one option, another way to phrase it, I guess. You have multiple options. You can play the lane. You can take ult for kills. You can AFK jungle. You can do a mix. You have options. Lifestealer's one play right now is win the lane and farm the lane. He doesn't do other things.
Getting the what for? Radiant's top tower's
Okay, we're gonna speed up because it does seem like we're just entering a jungle phase. And you mentioned you fall behind, so I might just jump 10, 20 minutes ahead because we've already beaten the point home about how I feel about these supports watching you farm. Wow, where are we? Actually, I mean, this is pretty close to 27 minutes. Let me look at the graph. Looks like a pretty even game for a lot of it. Maybe you guys just had a recovery moment here. So around 25 minutes, it was bigger, and then it looks like they threw some back. Okay, so let's jump to like right here because you wanted to know what you could do a little better. So maybe we can see how you can contribute. Let me see, what's your build? So you have Manta, so you should be using that to try to like split push a lot. Keep the lanes out. That's your goal. To drag the game out if you feel you're behind as the carry. You have your ultimate, so if your team is ever ready to fight, you could consider helping to organize that. Tell them like, I want to fight with my ultimate. That's the worst, but that was them starting the fight, you guys reacting. So you got a kill at least, and now you get out. But ideally, your team avoids that. They want to group as 5 right now, so you're going to ignore them,
Radiant's mid tower's
go to the other lanes, and force them to split up. And then when they split up, you tell your team, like, be ready with the smokes and go. You don't want to directly 5-on-5 if you think you're behind. So then this is good. But you should go faster. You see how you're like stopping for the small camp? So let's go back. So as the carry, you're the one who can be justified to leave the base like this and you TP back. And if you're scared of dying, then that's when you need to spend time in the jungle out of sight. But right now, I can kind of tell, right? Lifestealer wants to take this tower. These guys are pushing the tier 3, right? They're not backing to kill you. You can literally see the heroes we're scared of. So you can't waste time jungling. You need to force this into a tower to either force a rotation or to take the tower, and that's the trade. But when you spend time jungling, you're just giving them extra time to finish what they want and then come back and deal with you. And it's convenient to them. Like, they're choosing to come back as opposed to you forcing them to come back. So you don't want to do this. You want to come shove in the lane. It sounds like whatever, like, but it would have been like a few seconds, right? Your main hero hitting this, it would have saved you like 2 seconds. and then you keep running forward to intercept the next creep wave while you're jungling this, like this wave is now dead, and then you feel the need to TP back right now, but you would get one more creep wave killed off, and that means the next creep wave starts hitting the tower right away. And I don't even know if you want to fight this tier 2. I guess if your team's calling for it, you could, but I mean, your ultimate is still off. I would just not have backed. I would continue shoving this and you give up the tier 2. And the reason we can give up the tier 2 is because we're hopefully like chipping it in and making them back. And once someone backs to deal with that, you could leave. You, by the way, don't need to hit the tower. You just need to shove it in as fast as you can. And at this point, like as you get here, if you want to send illusions in while you back off to jungle, that's okay with me. But when we're still getting the lane in and we can see them pushing in, I think the main hero should be shoving stuff as fast as possible. Right? Like, what do you need to do here? Okay, hang on. Hold that thought. As creep waves come in, I really think Puck could just double nuke, leave, right? I don't think you need to be here to help with that. I think you can hold the TP to the last second, which means if you never TP'd back earlier, this creep wave would have already been in the tower. That, look at how many creeps this is, right? So that might have baited one of them to come back. And as you see that, that's when you TP to try to take a fight, potentially, if you think you can. If not, either because you don't think you can fight, or they are not TPing home, and but you're still too scared to push the tower in case they do TP in and kill you, like Kunkka TPs out of sight, X's you, you die. You shove things into the tower so that your creeps and your illusions damage it, but then you go back to farming jungle camps. And so your net worth, hold on, let's pivot over. Your net worth is racking up. So like right now you're kind of close to Lifestealer, but you're still a little bit behind. But while he's here splitting creep waves with 5 people, you're getting the solo XP. And so you're slowly creeping up over him, right? You're higher level because of this. And in one single instance, maybe that doesn't change the game, but by repeatedly taking these actions, you do end up like 1 or 2 levels over, 1,000 gold over, stuff like that. Does look like this fight's actually working out, which I'm kind of impressed by. I did not think you guys would be able to do this. I don't think you should be backing. I think you're a little scared here. You should still be in. Your ultimate's up. You're ready to go. Damn. Guys, I still have hot chocolate. I totally forgot. Yippee! All right, pushing lanes after winning fight. Let's go. What the hell is this? Oh no. We recently tried, I think we recently got a different like washing detergent. I think it's washing off the North Carolina on this cup. I just got like a bunch of chalk on my hand or whatever this is. Oh no. I'm gonna go put this away. Okay, I'm back. Uh-oh, we got X'd. Alright, we're fine. Nice attempt at the Manta dodge. Okay, so from here, you maybe don't know exactly where you are, net worth-wise. It's actually a pretty even game. But it doesn't really change what I explained earlier. If you think they're the ones that are going to deathball, you just keep doing the same thing. You're trying to delay it by split pushing, shoving things out. Maybe you're scared right now. I would be scared right now, and yet your team isn't really doing anything about that. You're still moving through and farming. If they were smoked, they could catch you right now. They could catch anyone on your team. Now, fortunately, they're showing. But for a moment there, you should be a bit more careful. Let's actually go back. This is a key moment here. All right, so they are all respawned. You guys are trying to be careful, right? I don't see anyone, and that's really suspicious. So you could take the risk to farm this if you want, sure. I would say you should hide right now, like in the tree line. Don't TP home, because that's how you're going to get stuck in your base and not be able to cut waves. But you can't be found and killed. So consider where common ward spots would be. Consider like, oh, I'm hiding in trees, but then they might have a cliff ward seeing you. So hide somewhere, send the illusions out to shove waves and scout, and just wait a little bit and watch the map. Your team should all be very careful right now because there's no information, and if they were grouped up, you're losing. No matter where they go, they're finding someone, and you guys are losing. But if you all go home, you're also losing. So you all have to hide and take defensive postures right now. And right here, now you group up and you go somewhere. So 2 heroes here, Centaur, Lifestealer. If you think you could take it, then sure, everyone come here and do that. But if you think you're really behind, start with something easier. Start with a Jakiro kill who's currently showing top, and there's no way to teleport top, right? The closest they have is this outpost. If these guys want to do that, it's a long TP. Maybe they run to the Twin Gate channel, run over. It's a long time. You jump these guys, tier 1's right here, people are TPing in and then running in. So I would say once you see this, you can either TP, depending on the situation, or you could try to take the Twin Gate, which would be kind of scary, so I might be teleporting here. But your team should very quickly go right now. If you're behind, you only get a few opportunities. As soon as you see it, you gotta go. So you tell your team as you're all waiting, like, if they're split up, we're going. So everyone's in the mindset, they're all ready. This is what we see. One here. Let's go. We all TP to this outpost. We're smoking. We're running up top. We're trying to kill them. Let's see what ends up happening. So now they know you're down here because your illusions just showed through. You got to be careful. There's still 2 heroes bottom, and now I know there's at least 2. I don't know if you ever saw Kunkka. We saw it because of a replay bug, but you at least know Jakiro and Disrupted are top. So I know they're on completely opposite sides of the map, and I think we're behind, and I know that we have every single tool available to us. So why aren't we going? Go top. Get up there.
Top tower's hurting.
Go get yourself 1 or 2 free. This guy's like stealing stuff. He's like setting up wards. He's being unpunished, even though we know they're not there. Now that they've been gone for a while, now I need to reestablish that idea. I don't know where Lifestealer and Centaur are. Maybe they went through the Twin Gate. Maybe they're smoked up right now. Maybe they just fell back. Maybe they're in their triangle. I'm not sure. So illusions to push the wave is good. But we have to remember why we're doing that. We're doing it to get information, and then we need to act on that information. So now they get Rosh. We didn't act on it. They set up for Rosh. They got Rosh. So in that particular instance, you see an opportunity where you did have lanes kind of... They weren't like in the best situations, but you still saw the information you needed. We saw them split up. We didn't act on it, which allowed them to just be greedy, be across the map, and then still get Roshan. But if you act first and you go fight someone, you get the kill, and then maybe go, oh, Roshan's up. You get Rosh. That's a very different situation that played out. And now, again, we're back to it. All right, shove out lanes real quick. You need to leave already, though. That's really scary. Once they get Rosh, they get Twin Gate, so be very careful about that. Send illusions at this, unless you think they're This is like, this is pretty risky, but we kind of see that they're not doing anything about it. I don't know. They're beelining to your high ground, even though they have 5 minutes with Aegis. They should have dealt with you first. They should have TP'd back, secure their own wisdom. I don't know if the Tormentor is still up or not. Looks like it is. So it was kind of risky for you to do that. I think better players would have punished you. But at the same time, I guess you saw the information that they weren't better players, so you could get away with that. I guess just be aware. It's kind of risky to walk up and do that. Yeah, you saw them top, so it's like, it's kind of okay. You just have to be like really careful because technically they could all start TPing instantly. Like, and you could probably BKB and get out, but it would be like kind of costly. Okay, hold on. How'd we get here? Okay, so you pushed up, you stole this, and then you TP'd out. Started making your way top. All right. Not that you are Puck, but there are times you would be in the situation of Puck. So if we're still scared of fighting, we need to think about creep cutting. The fact that Puck is in this area is already really good. Anyone in your base who wants to get to where Puck is, it's very tough, right? Because there's a lifestealer right in front. This is why earlier I was saying for you guys, don't just TP home right away when you're scared. Hide in the tree line, something like that. Because this opens up the option to cut waves. You got scared of the Kunkka. Maybe you could have hung around a little bit more, but I understand why you TP'd out. But Puck is a lot more elusive than you, and he's already here. So Puck should start moving this way and be prepared to cut the next wave coming in and force the enemy team backwards. And there's no TP here earlier because we did take that risk, but it paid off. We got it. And so someone on the team should be dealing with this kind of stuff. And you need to be careful about pushing too far because you TP'd home. So now, yeah, like now you're not actually here to deal with this. Okay, so Puck is cutting the next wave. This is where you did need to be here to deal with this. Since Puck is gone, no one else has the safety to walk up and clear it. You can use the Manta to like aggro them back and clear them out. And then Puck's cutting the next one. And ideally, you guys wouldn't even back off here. Or like Puck wouldn't back off. Puck would just continue to creep cut and force them back because they would never have backdoor. But no one on your team dealt with mid, so this is dealing with backdoor. And top's in a good spot, but like we needed to plan for that. So you pushed too far. I would say like the first wave was fine, and then come back here. And then when you see them all shoving bottom, like send the illusions mid. And then you guys probably don't even lose this bottom barracks. Instead, they forced Puck back. And now they can kind of just reset. Ooh, Puck going in. Wait, how did he die? Did he armlet toggle? What just happened? Turned it on. Raged. What? Did he turn off his armlet? I don't understand. Armlet on. Rage. Oh no, this is unfettered, not rage. I swear he turned it off. How did he take that much damage in one burst? Did that Puck auto just do that much? Okay, well, he died. That's fine. That's good. You guys don't even have to chase here. This is already pretty good. They only took a barracks and lost Aegis. It's a little risky to push further with Puck already using coil and BKB, but it looks like they were scattered and not fully together, so this is working out. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Somebody iced the Dyer's career.
Double kill.
So you can be ready to go, especially because you already had some wards down. But again, you guys need to wait to see them actually split, I think, before committing too far. Which I think is what just happened there. I think you guys committed too much.
Rags is getting hammered.
Now Now they will finish up the barracks, and I think got a sniper buyback out of that. They want to come mid. Okay. Lifestealer, the rest of them. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Alright, we were not able to go, go, go. So they're gonna come top. Shoving bottom's a good call. Puck should go get ready to cut mid and possibly top. Instead, you guys are all farming bottom. So that's what's going to let them officially siege this base and not be scared. You have no way to conveniently stop backdoor, make them back up, and waste time. Big static storm. Good blink purchase from Disruptor. Do you think he watched the Z Quixotics Disruptor guide? It looks like they dove a little bit. Alright, we've been zooming around, so I don't remember Roche time. That could be something. Otherwise, just pushing things out sounds good to me.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right
I feel like you guys should have been able to get more out of that. I'm not going to worry too much about it right now. I think it had to do with splitting up. Aw, damn. Or maybe not. Perhaps it's all a bait. Save me, team! I mean, the fact that you got a Disruptor kill out of that's actually not too bad. Though maybe the rest of the team should not have also come in. I think it was actually better before they came in. Because they could have used your death to shove in the other lanes. And then you wouldn't have had to buy back.
Dire's top. You know the drill.
Did you give your official take on the TI in hindsight? What do you mean? I did. I recorded how many points I got so that when we do the compendium video in the future, I will remember everything for comparison. Is there another official take? Just like talking about like what I thought of it? You could be checking enemy items in that time, by the way. I don't know what just happened. Maybe you also found out your dishwasher perhaps washed off some of the designs on your mug and you were putting it away. Generally good habit to like look around the map and check things out for your team or for yourself, if anything. I don't think you guys should be out looking like this. So you know they're coming in, but this is only a harder fight for you. Like, you know, when they came in and they had that really nice static storm, it still required them to commit further into the base. And that's how you guys got kills off. Now you're actually coming to them. And I feel like that's easier for them. I think you should be waiting for them to come all the way up, and in the meantime, like illusions and mobile heroes shoving out lanes like mad, and then TP home as needed. I don't think you guys have the information to be leaving your base like this. And now you're full commit. There's no leaving anymore. Like against Disruptor and Kunkka, like the fight is just out of your base now. lot of the ult got eaten by creeps, unfortunately. We did get some big kills. Alright. Do Roshan. Puck did not need to TP home. Axe was there. Your team should be doing Roche right now. If you want to take this top tier 2 and then Roche, that's fine with me, but no Roche is a big loss here. That's the mistake of the enemy team. Like, they pushed without Roshan. They should have just been waiting. Lol. Holy shit. They should have just been waiting for Roche. So that's their mistake, and then you guys didn't punish that mistake. You were ordering food? Very understandable. What did you order? Hold on, wait. Was it even worth it? Looks like you went Refresher. I feel like Scotty is really good this game. Or Satanic. Maybe the Butterfly. He doesn't want to get MKB. I don't know if I want Refresher versus... Well, I guess he took Unfettered, actually, which is kind of blowing my mind. I guess with that, maybe it is a little better. But I feel like between Rage and Infest, eventually double ult is still really good, but I think I would want something else first. I'm not a carry player. I do like Luna. I don't know if I would want to see the Refresher here. I'm willing to be wrong, though.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Double BKB does sound good. I think Luna has a lot of, like you can burst with the ult, but there's also just, like, just straight right clicks that bounce around also do a lot, you know? Well, like I said, I can be wrong on this, but my take would be to go for something besides the Refresher first. I guess Satanic, Butterfly, or Scotty. Which actually, what happened to your Mask of Madness? I guess you must have sold it off to finish something. But I do think it would have been nice to build into something rather than this Blink Refresher. Another way to think about it is that if you built tankier items, like Refresher Blink doesn't help you tank, right? It means you want to wait. Puck wants to wait. Axe wants to wait. No one's going to start. So actually, I think a good way to play Luna is that you are the front. Right? Carries in Dota actually typically become the tankiest hero in the game because of how much gold they get. There's some differences, but like I think if you get Butterfly or Scotty or Satanic, like some mix, you're the front line. They commit onto you, and that enables the rest of your team to do stuff, especially because you have an Abaddon behind you. But now you're also waiting in the back with Refresher ult, or you're in the front where the Butterfly and the Refresher are not going to get to do very much, and you're going to be squishier for it. I think if you are the front line, they have to go through you, and you are going to bounce glaives everywhere, and when they commit, you're going to be very tanky, and then the saves are going to come in, and the counter initiations are going to come in. Alright, with that they have Megas. I think the cleanest example of like what you could do better is earlier when they got that first Roche, when we highlighted they were split up, and there needs to be an instant go on the people who have split up. That was the biggest chance. I think not getting the second Roche is another big mistake. And then the discussion on itemization, you know, I think you can make your case. But I think the other two are definitely things that should have happened. All right. Mortal Oracle. That was a long one. Mortal Oracle, I think you redeem the points if you're still here. It's up to you what you want to send in. I'm ready to see some wacky shit or just something you want to do to improve, you know? Is Conda better than Daedalus? I think Conda's pretty good. Just because you already want to be spamming out Q and getting some extra poking can be good. Maybe if you do the build I was talking about, like Satanic, Scott, I keep wanting to say Shiva, Scotty, all that, maybe then Daedalus is better because that would arguably, well, I'd have to do the math maybe. I think that would be your best item in terms of like standing there and being tanky and doing damage and then life stealing off crits. That might be better. But Luna in general likes Conda because she gets to do more pokes from safety. And then once you poke them far enough, you have an easier time committing. You want to roast my replays at Legend? I'm always open for it, but today and Wednesdays in general, it's usually a raffle system. So it's random. That way there's no favoritism, nothing like that. Well, slight favoritism to people who are sub. They have slightly better odds. But besides that, it's random. So I can't play favorites. Did we actually focus for a whole review? I guess we mostly did. We did skip the first like 10, 20 minutes maybe. See, it was very important to do because Cosmo is Divine 5, which means he's very close to potentially getting into my game. So I gotta make sure to give him the proper education. This is what I want out of the carry Luna if you're in my game. All right. Where's my game info? Legend. Legendary Mortal Oracle. Oracle gameplay. This isn't the Blade Mail one. I'm sure you got some other wacky games. Is there a big skill gap between Divine and Immortals? I mean, it just depends what part of Immortal you're talking about. I think, especially anyone who's Divine 4 or 5, and then the low Immortal, I think it's pretty similar. I think it's mostly just a matter of speed and consistency. If I sit down and I give you questions and setups like, hey, in this situation, what should you do? I think most Divine, like especially high Divine players, will reach the same conclusions that Immortal players will reach. As you set up like, hey, this is a weak lane. They're strong. What should you do? Right? They'll get there. But the level of proactiveness and how quickly you reach that conclusion in the middle of a game that's happening, that's kind of what separates a lot of Divine to Immortal players. That's a simplification, but that's what I would generalize it as in my time watching a lot of like Divine Immortals, and also myself bouncing between Divine Immortal when I go on like a losing spree and then I have to go back up. I've done it a couple times now, and that's usually my experience. A lot of Divine players, it's just slow compared to Immortal. It's like eventually they would understand it's the right thing, but how long? Like 3 minutes later, that's a totally different game. When you make a play like at 7 minutes versus 10 minutes, it's a different game completely. And yet when you break it down, it's like the same thing. It's like, well, why did he gank? It's like, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. Like the same info, the same knowledge is there, but you just have to do it fast. As you go higher up in Immortal, then yes, you have to do more skills, blah, 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 and there is more of a difference. But at least if you can make it to Divine, I'm confident you can make it to Immortal. It just takes some time and work to improve the consistency. But I don't think you have to learn some, oh, this is the new secret. I never knew this. This is now this is the anime moment where I'm the best in my class and my island, and now I'm in new secret fighting mode. I've never known about magical energy once I've reached episode 80 and we need a new plot development line, right? It's like, it's the same thing, you just need to do it faster. And then there's the new magical energy once you reach episode 100 of your anime arc, whatever. Then you gotta do that shit.
Oh yeah, it's in the bag.
Darth Megan. For a while, my girlfriend and I, we play dragon chess to determine who has to do cat litter for the day. She has pushed the high score. I originally had the higher score. She's way better than me. Wait, how come I can't load it in? Is it because... Hold on. Get out of here, Mortal Work. 1 second. I gotta show this. I'm really bad at it, but eventually I get lucky enough to get a high score. So like 1 out of 10 games, I'll say, right? I do well. Most of them, I die like at Chaos Night or some shit. My girlfriend finishes the game like almost every single time. She's regularly like 60k or higher, and then her current high score is 92,000. And now I'm pushed back to like, this doesn't work for cat litter. I lose every single time. We can't do this. It is unfair. No. Joy K. We paused. We left it. We haven't even started the replay. How can we be distracted? Now we're getting into it. Can everyone achieve Immortal, and how much time does it daily take? I mean, maybe not. I want to say everyone could do it,
30 seconds to shoot
but
that.
the reality is that being Immortal is reaching that top 1%-ish. You know, maybe it's changed a little bit with Double Downs. Like, still top 3%, right? Unfortunately, not everyone will reach that level in everything they do, right? Just like any sport, baseball, soccer, football, swimming, whatever. You can get better and self-improve and reach the best you can do, but unfortunately, some people just don't have the same natural talents for, you know, something they might enjoy. I think everyone can improve to at least a certain point, but to reach Immortal, there does need to be... You do need to pick up the skills at a certain point. And I'm not going to say you can't try and you can't set it to your goal, but just like anything in life, right? There kind of are limitations. That's kind of like the cruel reality. Not everyone will be able to make it to like that top level.
She's in the bag. The question is,
And now we're focused. Just kidding. She doesn't play Candy Crush, but she has played some of those other like swap games. I mean, who hasn't? But she still like sometimes plays them in phases, and I have not in years. So, okay, Mortal Oracle, I know you know that you should typically be out. I'm gonna guess you were doing something, whatever. It happens. This is a party game, right? Some people are partied, not you. Okay. Nice way to say we suck. I mean, myself as well. You know, Deadlock, people are asking if I was going to do it. I know. I don't think I can reach the top 1% in Deadlock. We all have things we're good at and things we're bad at. Life is unfair, unfortunately. But I do think doing your best is still important. And that's always what mattered to me, right? Trying your best. Even if at the end of the day, your best is not the same level as someone else's best. But trying hard is important. Dude, I would play Vegetable Crush. Fruit Crush, make some jams and jellies. Alright. Kind of a weird start, so I'm not going to worry too much about what's gone on up to this point, because I feel like in a regular start, it just wouldn't have happened. I do feel like you should get some Iron Branches and stuff. For any carry who I would give mana to with the Bassi, I do think Jug is a good option, but I do think Oracle's attack animation is really solid, and I think missing out on a damage is kind of sad. You're also quite squishy. 560 is very scary. Like an Acorn Shot will actually just take off half your health. So I do think the Iron Branches and the Circlets go a long way. Whoa! Got a wacky game here. You're gonna rush boots, so you're gonna get arcanes really fast. But I do think some like iron branches, stuff like that would have been nice. Look at that. Killed by battle hunger and level 1. Oh, maybe it's level 2 acorn shot. Oops, got a little greedy for the kill. Look, if any game to get distracted, this is it, you know. This is the chaos game. This is the podcasting game. Look at this shit. How many deaths is this in the top lane already? 3 kills for each side. And then like the level 1 fight, I think. Shit's getting wild over here. I think this happens with like any... I think it applies to Dota, but it applies to other games as well. Where people just... The unfortunate reality of an online team game is that not everyone is a very good team player. And the problem as you go higher and higher is that you get more and more ego. Because you do know a lot if you reach that point. But I think there's always more to know in a game like Dota. And then there's some people who can play at a high level but still want to goof off and have fun, which really upsets certain people. It's kind of like you're just put at a pressure cooker. As you get higher and higher in Immortal, it's just more and more inflated ego. And the thing is, I think it's required a little bit. I think to reach a really high level and stuff, you do need people with high confidence / high ego. But some people can have like a lot of confidence in themselves without being arrogant and like all that. But a lot of people who are like, they have the mental traits to reach a high level, but that those mental traits don't strictly help them be a good team player. Ah, that almost connected.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
For comparison, we're level 5 now. We have 30 strength. So if we want to think about it, like if we had bought those iron branches, 3 iron branches, a circlet, an iron branch, maybe 2 iron branches, it's like a 10% increase in strength still for such a cheap investment in the early game. So it's not only good for like the early fighting, but to also tank up and all that. And it's still very like useful. Like Oracle is still quite a low health hero. What's a rank you think everyone can reach at least? I mean, there are some people who are truly bad at video games. We're gonna cut them off. Ignoring that, I think the majority of people could reach like Guardian to Crusader if they have some help. Some people do it on their own, but maybe even the people who struggle to get out of Herald and Guardian, I think with proper direction and hard work, you can learn to do it. And I'm not going to name any names, but I have coached some people who are not as natural. Like, it didn't come as quickly, right? But I have helped them, like, improve to a certain ranks. So I do think, like, at least Crusader, I feel at least 95% of people could get to, but they might need extra help and put in extra time that others maybe don't need to. But whatever. I mean, if you're trying to, like, get everyone to a certain spot, I would say at least that. Obviously, most people can reach Archon, as it's like the average rank. I would say like you could get a good chunk of people to Archon and higher as well. Beyond that, it might take some luck, or it might take some hyper fixation on one hero they love that's broken and, you know, all that. I have a friend that has the ability to reach 1 MMR. Well, hopefully you're not doing any account boosting anymore. I hope it's come to attention that it's not very good to do. But yeah, look, some people are just not good at games. Okay, guys, to put it into comparison, I know Dota's a video game, right? But you can see it in the workforce. Like, maybe you have a college degree, maybe you have like a very high education degree, master's, PhD, and you see your coworker and you're like, how is he here? How has this guy faked his way to this job? How is this my director? How is this my manager? How is this like my coworker, whatever, right? In all elements of life, there are some people who are just really bad at whatever they're currently doing, whether it's from maliciousness or they're earnestly trying their best, but they're just bad at it, right? It applies in all elements. It happens in Dota, it happens in work, it happens in life. And a lot of times it's just finding like what you are good versus bad at. It's one of those unfair realities of life. It is sad. If I think about it too much, it does make me sad. Do you sell Circlet after initial phase? Eventually. You can keep it for a while. For example, if you look at this Oracle, if Oracle had built that Circlet, you'd still have a slot for it. Eventually these Tangos go, the Lotus goes, wards, when they're finished, just drop that Circlet in, right? So you can keep a Circlet for quite a while just for the efficient stats. You'll see anyone, whoever AUI is coaching, Falcons currently, you'll see whatever those players do it a lot. The Iron Branches, the Circlets, they'll keep it for a while, cycle it out. It is something you can do for a bit. You can upgrade it if you want to, like a Bracer right now is really meta. At different patches, different items are good. You can upgrade it. At some point, you can just sell it. If you don't need the slot anymore, you can sell it. Skilled my Q for
Zach,
that.
would you
It's an
like to
interesting
hear
idea.
about an amateur casting opportunity for a few games with really bad dotes? Kappa.
We're already in podcast mode. I mean, I'm not even going to question Immortal Oracle. I know you know the regular Oracle build. I don't know if I even need to tell you. I came in expecting some wacky stuff. Yeah, this lane, it does feel like you could go somewhere else. But they have managed to continue to get kills. And in those situations, it's sort of okay to keep getting kills, but yeah, I wouldn't mind if we went to go play with like Sand King. Like, what's he working for? He's almost at a blink, you know, maybe chill up here a little longer. If we left earlier, that'd be fine too. But as Sand King gets blink and we want to move somewhere else, I'd say that's good. NPR, feel free to send it to me. I do have some actual casting coming up, so I don't know how much like casual stuff I could pick on, but you guys can always tell me about this stuff, and I do want to try to help like community stuff as I can, but we'll see what like time wise and all that scheduling works out. I can always say no. I can't believe you just did that to the mid-witch doctor. I can, but I can't. Sick blink. Okay, Mortal, seriously. I'm all down for the wackiness, but just look at them. These could be branches right here. Think how much value you would have gotten out of him right now. It would have been with you the whole game. Thinking about the Medusa. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one to get. If you actually cycle through the Purifying Flames a little better, it might work. Because you don't care about the healing you give her when you're tearing through that mana shield. If you started with some Purifying Flames a little sooner, it might have been possible, but that was always going to be a tough one. You just need so much damage to kill a Medusa. Even Sand King, Oracle being a weird, you know, not typical. Ah! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! I said to leave me alone! Nice. I'm looking forward to hear from the lawyers. Okay, let's see when you eventually fill out all the slots. I got a Void Stone now. Personally, I don't love blocking camps anymore. I don't think it's really quite worth it. Considering, one, just the limited sentry supply. Two, this will eventually get dewarded. I don't really think it's worth it since they're supposed to last for 6 minutes. Realistically, it shouldn't survive more than, you know, like 3 minutes. Might, because it's a pub game, but I don't really think it's worth it. I'd rather it just go lower and you get vision of the area and you try to make some ganks happen in here. Like, I would be more up for that rather than blocking the camp.
Structures like this.
If you want to block the ancient camp with a sentry, I'm sort of open to it if you have a lot of sentries available, but then the observer should definitely go somewhere else. And at this point, your team is good to just group up and do things. Currently, it's still just a lot of solo plays happening across. Maybe a few hero plays across. If you guys actually just, like, grouped up, I think you guys could really do some damage. Oh! You know, we're, like, trying to do some fun solo kills. Which, I mean, you know, if it's how you want to play, it's how you want to play. But as the guy giving constructive replay feedback, then I gotta mention the try-hard proper way would be, you know, rather than attempt to do a solo kill as a save hero, I should just be enabling OD to dive because I'm a save hero, Sand King, Jug to dive, like whatever. If you want to play by yourself as a support, I feel like there's better support picks. I think you know that, though, and you just like Oracle and you like trying different stuff, you know? But I still have to say it. Defensive supports can rush Blink first item. I don't think he has to do it this game, but you can do it. It really depends on the matchups. Let me think of an example. I would say Omni Knight, and then you play versus Chronosphere, right? That could be a good example where you need to make sure you can ult, but you can't be sitting so close that you then get chronoed. So you got to sit far back. But if you sit too far back, you're not going to make it in time to save. So a blink in those types of situations to make sure you're in the right spot to save can be good. I think any save hero can potentially justify it. It just depends what you're playing into. Chronosphere is like one example, Static Storm's another, where the positioning matters a lot. But also against enemy heroes who can dive you very easily, like Puck or Void Spirit who builds Ags. Even if you're positioned kind of safe, you at some point have to step up to use your ability, and if they see you coming, they can jump and silence you, and you don't get to do anything. So you could build a blink to be even further back so you can't be jumped, but still be able to blink and instantly throw out your save as it's needed. It's not something I do all the time, but I do think it's something you can do in the right games. All right, seems kind of overkill, but these guys hate the rat. Guys, yesterday, wait, what day was it? I think it was yesterday. Moon Jelly and I were driving around, and we saw someone with a license plate that said furry on it, which is just wild to me. I'm not here to judge what you do in life, but it was crazy to see it on a license plate like car sticker thing, you know? Like I was like, okay, that guy, there is someone with someone who has embraced their lifestyle and does not care to be judged by others. I respect it in a way, you know? Just like when I see like those anime stickers like all over the car, it's like, I like anime and I'm all for it, but I don't know, I'd be too embarrassed to do it. But I kind of appreciate someone who just doesn't care enough, and if it makes them happy, they'll just do it. You know, I kind of like it. Depends on the sticker though. There's some stuff that's not like really appropriate for the public space. That's different. That's a little different. Yeah, these plays I like a lot more, right? Now that you're just following your team and, right, they all get to do this shit because they'll know you'll save them. You're kind of walking in, you don't need to do this. This is where I think you're getting caught up in like how many kills you have and the chaos of the game. But realistically, with your blink first, I mean, you really should just be like watching from back here behind this tree. And you'll come in as necessary. Right? Like, you're coming in for this axe, but like, why are we doing this? If you don't kill this axe, it's not a huge deal. If they kill you, that's a big deal as a save hero. You should still just, you still be behind this tree. It's what the blink does, right? Like, I'm just gonna watch and wait. And that way I don't reveal myself. And then suddenly this happens, you're like, oh shit, right? Or it's a witch doctor, and the cask is bouncing between you guys, and you're like, oh shit, right? Now she finds you, now you have to like use a bunch of saves on yourself. But we would still be creeping behind that tree and now blinking into ult the Sand King, which I actually think you could have done. What were you looking at instead? Oh, you were dewarding. Okay, I think you got caught up in the deward and forgot to check out what your team was up to. Anime is inappropriate for public spaces. Saw Cybertruck. I don't like the Cybertruck style myself, but I will say I like that it exists. I was thinking about this, ignoring the like controversy and the quality of the car, right? I like that you can buy a really weird looking car just because it's like it's opening up more options. I didn't really like when every single car looked the same, but we're getting more different car designs. Or I live in an area where there's a big Indian population, and prior to this, every Indian like family I ever saw dressed in like the American style because they'd immigrated here. But actually, where I live has such a big population that many still wear traditional clothing, and it's funny to go to Costco and you got like redneck mixed with like traditional Indian clothing mixed with immigrants who do blend into like the American style, whatever. Like, you get that whole variety of clothing options. I like that exists, and we open up more things and people get to pick. If they like the way the car looks, they get it. If you want to wear the different clothing that doesn't stick with the current culture, I mean, it's free. You get to do it, right? I like that. And we get to the point where in the future, you know, all the like future animes and shows and movies, everyone's got crazy styles and all that. But in the current standing, it's like, you're not wearing jeans and a t-shirt? What a freak, right? It's like, how do we get to that? This is how we get to that. We got Cybertrucks looking wacky as heck, but if you want that wacky design, next we get the next funny car that looks like a flying saucer. Looks ugly to some people, but the other guy's like, damn, I've always wanted a flying saucer car. We're getting there. We're getting to the future. We're getting to diversity. All right, I'm going to open the next raffle. We're going to start it. If you want to join, just type !replay.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Oh, I'm out of water.
Top tower's taking hits.
At least 2 minutes of info. I agree. I think that's pretty good.
Double kill.
Pretty sight right now.
Yeah. You're out here doing wacky. What are we doing over here? What are we doing here, Mortal Oracle? The save hero just suddenly snuck to the enemy side of the map. What are you doing here? Your team's killing them over here. You're like sneaking around this way. Just gotta follow along with them. Is this who's to blame style? I mean, if you want it to be,
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
you can just ask. And I'm up for it. Although, I do typically try to keep those anonymous. So, in stream, we would have less control of that. So, it depends. I wouldn't be as harsh. But if it's about you guys and you're like, Papa Z Quixotics, shit on me. Like, take a hot dump on my Dota gameplay. I mean, if you're the one consenting to it, then I'll do it. I'll shit talk you. But otherwise, it's typically, we do it this style. Relatively wholesome when we actually talk about Dota, and the other 95% of the time, I talk about plants and things I've seen at Costco. For example, there's a Costco being built, like, right outside where I live. You turn out of the neighborhood, and the Costco is there. I think traffic is going to become hell for me. But think of how many Costco hot dogs I could eat now. A 1 minute drive. Ignoring traffic, it would take 30 seconds for me to get to Costco. If there was no traffic and I could just go from my house to the Costco, when it's done, it would be a 30-second trip. With traffic, it's probably like a 6-minute drive as I wait at a light that is next to a highway and a Costco. Where I live, the house is cheaper because the traffic is horrible. Which is fine by me because we work remote, so it's not that big of a deal. But it is hell. But there will be a Costco right by my house. 60 plus plants indoors at my home. I would love to do that, but my cats love to eat things. So I have one window that they can't get to that I put some plants. I have one... I'm saying I have the shelf. It's the shelf in my girlfriend's office that I have put more and more plants on, but I try to limit myself because it's not mine. She wants to put her own things on there. So I only have so many places I can put plants. So most of them are outside. I'm gonna get a shelf. I realized the garage, the water heater is in my garage. So I think over winter, I wasn't sure what to do with the plants, if they would just like die if Texas had a freeze this year, which seems like it happens every year nowadays. But I think I'll get a shelf for the garage. I hope the water heater will keep it warm enough, and I'll buy like a couple plant lights, and I hope that's how my plants will get through winter without being killed by my cats. Weekly Costco mukbang and product review. That would be the life. What a lifestyle. Yeah, we try to be careful about what plants are toxic to cats or not. And any plant that's toxic, I do try to keep out of their reach or keep it outside. Any room I don't use often that you close off. So, yes, unfortunately, those rooms can't really be closed off. Like, one room we don't use just has an open doorway. There's no way for me to block it off without extensive construction. Another area, it's a door that it pushes open and close really easily that the cats can do it. So it doesn't really work. Or there's just no sunlight. Because actually, there are houses to the left and the right of me, and we're kind of close together, which is unfortunate. It does mean like the lighting is blocked by a lot of these windows, or I keep the window closed because I don't want them to like look at me while I'm like, I don't know, talking about Dota for 8 hours. They're like, damn, that guy never leaves his desk. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I don't need you judging me for it, you know? So I don't have a lot of like window space that is out of reach of cats. All right, last chance, guys. Who wants to enter the replay? Type ! Replay. What time is it? I don't know if this is actually the last one. 5:17. Maybe it will be the last one. We'll see. Zigzag. Invoker's flat lifesteal on his Quas Orb. What does that mean? How's that different from normal lifesteal? Yeah, good question, because that's like the first. Oh, actually, we had another item that did it, but it's removed right now. So, is it this facet? Yeah. So flat lifesteal means it's literally that amount. If it's 5 flat lifesteal, when you attack, no matter how much damage, you could crit for 5,000 damage and you would lifesteal 5. That is what Invoker has with his flat lifesteal. So it's like 2, 4, 6, 8, blah, blah, blah per instant. So when you have 3 Quas Orbs and you attack, you lifesteal. Hold on. Let me take some damage so you can see the numbers. So like, it doesn't show. It doesn't pop up. Well, okay, you see it, right? We're lifestealing 6. Even if I pick up like a bunch of Divine Rapiers, I'm lifestealing 6 per attack. Most lifesteal is a percentage of your damage. So like Morbid Mask, 18% lifesteal. So when I don't have a bunch of damage, I lifesteal some. Hold on. Let me okay, there we go. Right, I lifesteal 18% of whatever my auto attack is, which in the early game is actually not a bunch. But then when you pick up like a ton of damage and you do a bunch of damage, you see like I lifestealed 18% of like my 1,000 damage hit. So I full healed off of that attack. That's the difference. So the flat lifesteal for Invoker is better in the early game when 18% of 50 damage is not a lot. But when you're just flat lifestealing like 20 health every time you attack because you have 3 Quas instances, it's better then. And then it drops off later. Although 14, that's like not too bad, I guess, in the late game. Not that you max Quas very early. In fact, Quas is usually the last thing you max. So I guess at level 25, that wouldn't be great anyway still. It's mostly a laning stage thing, though. Chipped Vest. Was it that one? Or maybe it was Possessed Mask. What was the one that had the flat lifesteal? Possessed Mask? Oh, it might. Maybe it was that, yeah. Bloodseeker does? What the heck? Hold on, let me look that up. Wait, real quick, let's pick our next winner so we can... Oh, it's bugging out. 1 second. Pick. There we go. DMZ. Congrats, you know the drill. Plus a base of 25. It needs to be a kill though, right? It's not. Oh, with the shard, I guess 35 flat heal. Okay, yeah. First game in 3 months. How did I do? Let's find out. Give me 1 second though. I'm gonna stand the desk up and I'm gonna go get more water again. See how DMZ did. Pro Dota and this stream. That's exactly what I'm here for. Get you guys sucked back into Dota. Oof, 600 MMR loss. I mean, don't sweat it too hard. I know the number feels bad to lose, but if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. If you've taken a long break and you're coming back, it's inevitable to lose some games. You can do unranked if you want to try to like mitigate that. At the same time, right? Like eventually you'll get back into it, you'll learn it, and you'll probably go back up. If you could get to like, say 2000 MMR before, odds are you can get back there again.
What kind of bag?
All right, Clockwork. I've seen these starting items before. I don't know if you... I thought my cat was throwing up for a second. It just did a huge stretch and I guess coughed from it. Looks fine now. I don't know if you'll need this mango. Now, let's go absolutely crazy with the spells. See, sentry blocking, and maybe now thinking about dropping the observer. If you were thinking about placing the observer, I would just do it earlier. I would do it first. I mean, you've seen me play Clockwork. You know I just rush down here and place it. The longer you wait, the more likely you are to get scouted, and then it gets harder and harder to place the observer. And once it turns to daytime, it's really hard to sneak in the observer. So I typically just rush in and place it. Juggernaut, it's really risky to use the battery assault. As you see, it just doesn't do anything to him once he starts spinning. Or I guess it does. It's just very much reduced now. See, and you're gonna walk down, they're gonna click you in. Oh, yeah, wait a little bit. If he clicks you and you don't have the observer, he knows. Right? He knows where you place it. That's why typically I would just drop it right away. Battery assault versus Juggernaut is gonna be very hard to use. I would actually just start with the cogs to burn mana off. I think battery level 1 can still be okay, but it's just tough. Although I guess into Jakiro, battery assault, or sorry, power cogs is not as good. But you can still typically get something out of it. All right, you see a lot of that, you weren't even in the lane. Try to be there a little bit more. Just be in there, hit things. You're a universal hero. Look at your stats. You're at 786 health. And if you bought another Iron Branch, you would be over 200. I mean, you would be over 200, over 800. That's crazy. Just whack people. And then power cogs them and laugh. Like me. Start a stream, just giggle to yourself every time you power cog someone. Then kick them around a little bit. I'm like, LMAO, I'm contributing, totally. So far you're doing like the posturing, but how do I say this? Make them miss last hits with the posturing. You know, you're kind of walking up and down that area, trying to, oh, you gotta respect me, you gotta back off. But like, watch the creeps and time it so that when you do go in, they have to choose between getting a last hit or deny. Or potentially you get on top of them with the battery assault and the power cogs, and then they're going to have a bad time. I don't think you actually needed to creep drag. I'm open to it, but if you are going to do it, you have to be more careful with your path. You walked out here, so they got the most time to react, and then you went back through here, so you're going to run into them. a lot of times you'll see people like, if you're not popping out at the last second because you're not sure about the timing, like that's fine, but you have to take a wider path so that the 5 has to follow you further, and you're a fast hero, so they'll never get up to you. And if you're really scared of getting caught, you can just double it, right? You don't have to drag it back. You can just drag it all the way over here, lose them on the uphill site, and then make your way back to lane some way. Oh, accidentally did it. Okay, okay. NPR, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out after this. Yeah, you see your mango still in here. Didn't really need it too much. It's easier. So battery assault, it's hard to get a little bit of partial value out of, I find. But especially with the expanded armature, it's easier to just pop power cogs, kick someone once or twice, do a little bit of damage, but especially burn a little bit of mana, right? If they hit 2 cogs, you burned off 70 mana, which is a very big deal for a hero like Juggernaut, even Jakiro, right? It's going to really eat into their mana pool, and it's easier to just do that a little bit. You do have to be careful about feeding power cogs, but battery assault, like anytime they're in a creep wave, it's very hard to get value out of. But if you are spamming power cogs, that's how you might use enough mana to actually use the mango. The way you play it isn't strictly wrong. Like, you'll do it in certain matchups. Well, I mean, a little bit more emphasis on denying creeps and all that. But, like, you will play games as Clockwork where you're, like, running around the trees a little bit more. But those are situations where you definitely don't need the mango very much. And you're going home now, but I would say you can just stay out. You still have one tango. Could eat the Iron Branch. I don't think you even need to. You have a mango and a ring of regen, plus your natural regen. You could backpack the grenade if you want to be like super tryhard efficiency. But I think with what you had, you could stay on the map, go stack, go runes, things like that. Bottle refill. Okay, up for that.
Missing bottom.
Maybe try to get that courier. By the way, Hoodwink. So Hoodwink's not a common offlaner, but with any ranged offlaner, if you leave a ranged offlaner versus a melee carry, unless it's a very strong ranged offlaner, the melee carries tends to actually do fine because they have better animations. So it's actually important to have the melee support. That pairing works well, but you need to actually be in the lane, and that's what frees up the ranged hero to just hit constantly and not be threatened by the enemy's own melee people closing the gap. So the fact that we weren't really in the lane a bunch this game means that Hoodwink will have an extra hard time doing what she needs to. Well, it's okay not to get the kill. Ooh, bushwhack. Close. Oh, saving him maybe? Yeah, this one's a little scary. I can't believe he's not chasing you, actually. It's crazy. We got our tranquils.
OK，兄弟们，全体目光向我看齐啊！
At this point, the late stage is starting to end. I will highlight again, though. Try to be in the lane a little bit more as Clockwork. Just bot people for the last hits or use power cogs to pull them away from last hits, make them miss things. I'd say like the pairing Hoodwink Clockwork is not the strongest, but you can still just make Jug miss a few last hits here and there.
Missing bottom.
8-minute runes, like the next thing we can think of, since this lane's already kind of like meh. But if we can maybe help Tiny get some runes, he can start rotating and help us out. Ooh, nice. Ooh, can we get that? Right after you get that kill, I think if you just run straight to the rune with the clarity going, that might be your best play. Look how late they were to the rune, 8:17, right? So even if the timing isn't perfect, like I think it could potentially work out, which actually, hold on. Did I write down? Oh, this is an unranked game. Okay, no wonder why I didn't, forgot to adjust this. Unranked game. Oops, I also forgot to put this down. My bad. Let's see, Bracer next. I don't mind. Though I also find I like the solar. I've been trying both, depending how much I think I need to tank up. I guess this game I wouldn't mind getting the Bracer first and then the solar. See what you're doing now? Like, this is what we do in the very first wave. There's no need to wait 9 minutes. Just get in there, hit things with the hoodwink. I'd move that ward a little bit more to the left because it's common to check like here for like sentry in this area to check this, up here to check this, or something like here-ish to check this, or here-ish to check this. And I'm just worried this will get caught in that overlap. I think if you push it to this bottom left, you'll effectively see everything you need to see and improve your survivability chance. Probably stack this hard camp, get the power rune, and then be in the mid lane. And for the record, for anyone watching, what I was saying about Clockwork just being in the lane bopping things, that doesn't just apply to Clockwork. That's like any 4 support. If you guys saw my video on the 5 common mistakes, it happens a lot. A lot of people have played Dota for a long time, and there was an older time where being in this side mattered more. But really just like a lot of times it's okay to just be in the lane and hit creeps. Not like steal last hits, but like go denies, make them mess stuff up. It's really good to do in the first couple minutes. Without even like looking at a game, I would argue it's probably the correct thing to do in like 90% of games. Do here. This is where things are getting weird because you have a hoodwink off lane. But I guess Tiny can make plays if you can get to him. They're not willing. I don't know. Drow should be left alone around now, or maybe you commit, come up here, get kills. But otherwise, it is kind of hard to leave her alone. But hard to make anything happen with just you and Hoodwink. I guess realistically in a pub game, you're just trying to hold on for the tiny blink. But trying to be more effective for ourselves is be part of those plays. Yeah, rather than Vessel, I would do Glimmer, Solar, Solar, Glimmer, like one of those two. If not both, depending on what, what's her name builds. Dark Willow. If I was position 5, I would build Vessel, or sorry, I would build Glimmer first. as position 4, I am more inclined to build the solar. But if my position 5 was not building the glimmer, I would get the glimmer first. Even though I'm position 4. Alright, 15 minutes in, first tower is down.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
This is where earlier, like, I feel like every lane kind of stuck to themselves a lot. Ah, so lucky on the bounce. Run.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's courier. Poor little fella.
What about Necro though for the vessel? In a vacuum, it is good versus Necro, but because Abaddon has a dispel, and then even Jug healing, but Jug has the spin, it's just gonna be countered too much. So another approach, right? Rather than reduce Necro's healing, what if you just prevent him from killing anyone so that he can't get the healing, right? That's what the Glimmer will do. That's another response to it. Not saying you can only get one response, but you have to like look at all the tools you have available and then decide like what's the best. Drow has hypothermia eventually, right? Usually you don't need to stack multiple sources of anti-heal. Usually one is enough. So maybe the early game's a little harder without the Vessel, but if you got the Glimmer and you can't kill, it's fine. And then at some point, Drow picks up hypothermia, and that anti-heal will kind of be enough. If they have a ton of healing, which actually this game they do, maybe you would stack a little bit. Maybe someone could get Scotty, you could get Shivas, things like that. It doesn't always have to be Vessel, though. If they have too many Dispels, Vessel just won't actually do anything. It has to be a really good Vessel game. And then you just have to plan to play around that.
I'll take that.
Ooh.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Guess what's happening?
Do I have a blink? Yeah, I would just try to like make plays with the Tiny. Just get like your smokes. Have your observers go together. I was about to say there's not been a lot of team play, but we just had a huge 5-on-5 here. Unfortunately, that's kind of them starting things off the way they want. Tiny got killed and then you guys started. So that one's probably you just avoid and wait for Tiny to come up and then smoke with the Tiny blink. I don't think I've seen that yet. But, I mean, imagine blink, avalanche toss, hook shot, sharpshooter. Probably kills anyone. Maybe not Abaddon, I guess. But anyone else. Probably enough chain stun and burst there to get the kill. And you can start it up as the Clockwork by having the smokes, having the deep wards, scouting things with the rocket flare. Yeah, kind of like that. And now we just do it again. Because your stuff is pretty low cooldown. As they chase the Hoodwink, you guys can maybe fight here. Kind of like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Aw, damn. This Kiwi might still get him. Damn. Woo. Yeah, Okay, that one's good because we saw them go this way. That's a good necro attempt. All right, there we go. Things starting to get going. I saw that. For the record, it can be okay to place observers without checking the area. It's just if you know you're going to check the area, it should be the sentry first. But I mean, you'll see high-level players just place observers. Part of this does involve a higher level calculation of like, I know he warded in this area. I'm putting an 80% chance that they don't have an observer here. I'm going this way, right? So there's a lot of thought into it. It's not them just like blindly placing observers. But there is a degree, I guess, of you don't always have to sentry every single place you ward, but you need to have some kind of educated guess that you don't need to put a sentry down. And if you are going to check, then you should put the sentries first. Hey, Mikcha, what's up? Remember earlier, not yesterday, one of our Luna games, I think we were watching, and we were talking about reading the map and all that. And it's like, oh, I should be suspicious. So right now, they're all up. We have 2 deep wards, and I don't see any hero. Now Necro TP's in here, but still, where are the other 4 heroes? This is a very suspicious time. This is a very, very suspicious time. And now Necro's gone. I have no idea where they are. But what's our team doing? Right? We're still gonna like come up here and do this. Drow's gonna show herself mid, hitting this. Right? Let's see what she does. Your hoodwinks in base. I mean, that could be like fine, right? But it's very important for you guys. These are those moments where you want to be able to read the map based on the wards you've placed and share it to your team, because not everyone knows how to see this information. And you have to tell your team, they're probably doing something right now. If this lane's pushed up and they're not hitting the tower, why did they push a lane in and then not take the tower? Because it's a distraction. They're doing something else. They're doing Roche. They're looking for a kill, something. Everyone's got to start being careful. Support players, if you play elusive heroes or you play someone who's like kind of worth sacrificing, this is where you look to break smokes. Like if your Drow is farming this camp and she needs to for whatever reason, this is where the support's like standing at the edge here trying to break the smoke and die in place of Drow. Or this is where you're like waiting in the trees so that if they do find a successful kill because your team didn't listen to you because you're a support player and you're garbage and cores don't have to listen to you and then they feed, then you're set up to go cut a creep wave and buy time that hopefully they can't push because you're cutting the wave, something like that. It's like these moments that you need to look at the map and identify like something really weird is going on. Moving into the jungle, right? Like if they're not in the lanes, where are they? They're in one of the jungles. So as the team moves into the jungle, like that's asking to die. Oh, look, there it is. Death given. And then this is where, so instead of jungling, you want to creep cut. Or I guess like hoodwink, shove this lane, whatever. But we know they got to kill top. Now they're doing this. So you don't want to jungle, you want to shove the wave in faster. See, like this, instead of killing these camps, that could have been you killing this creep wave already, like up here. And now as they're done with the tower, and they're looking for the next objective, you're about to show yourself in this lane, and they might want to come here and try to kill you. But if you had already done this, then this wave's dead, the next creep wave is pushing into the tower, and they're more likely, rather than take this tower and go straight to Roche, take this tower, go to the next creep wave, take another tower, they're like, oh shit, it's at our tower. They're gonna go back. You just bought yourself like 30 seconds. Now we're doing it, which is good, but we might have died if they'd come here. Instead, they're top, so now we just have to repeat. Keep going to the waves. Don't go to the camps. especially as a support. Like, cores have to be a little bit more careful. Supports at this stage just save buyback, and you can take these kind of risks if you have to. This is what it means to be like, it's okay to die as a support. It's not to just feed relentlessly. It's like, this is risky to do, but someone kind of needs to do it. That's where it is. This fight's ending up kind of okay, very close. Damn, if that drow hit had connected, maybe it's a kill. "12-month sub anniversary." Nice! Thank you, Miktra. Drow kill. Or drow kills Necro. So in the end, it kind of worked out. I don't even remember how that fight totally happened. Look at it again. Big terrorize. No one ready. Just kidding. Tiny jumps. Coil on one. Drow just kind of got left alone for a lot of this. And you guys had much better spell usage than they did. Otherwise, I think they could win that fight. Like, I don't think they're behind or incapable. I think just the way it happened worked out well for you guys. You might need to just build auras since no flame, but since your friend's playing Hoodwink offlane, right? Not really an aura builder. It would be good for you to maybe build the pipe, especially because your Dark Willow is going Ags. So you can be the aura builder for your team. So close. It's almost killed him before he could do anything. Working out. Building auras is lame, but winning is so satisfying. This should just be Roche here rather than pushing the high ground. It kind of paid off in the end, but the safer play would just, you guys just go do Roche and you don't lose. You don't risk anything. Like, the fact that it worked out, you repeat that 10 times, you know, I'm not so confident that the majority of the time it's working out in our favor. But a Roche play there will pretty much always work out. Okay, what time is it? Just about 6. I think we are gonna wrap up for the day. Let's see, who's streaming? Lots of people are streaming. Everyone's back from TI. The streamers be streaming. I don't see her on here. She might have stopped streaming. Ricky's streaming Deadlock. We can just go there. I will eventually play more Deadlock. And we'll get into it. DMZ. Yeah, go back. Be an aura building offlane. It's easy. If you've taken a break, just pick a stable offlaner, build auras, easy peasy. Easy peasy. Yeah, just pick SK, Bloodstone, Blink, or Auras. It's up to you. Depends how the game goes. Press W, walk between camps. Easy. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Friday, there will definitely be a stream. Tomorrow, I haven't fully decided. I might, maybe there'll be a stream. Maybe I'll work on some stuff. I'm not sure yet. I will decide probably, I guess, tomorrow. So maybe there'll be a stream tomorrow, but definitely on Friday. I mean, Deadlock guides. I doubt it. I doubt I'll get that into it. Like I was saying earlier, there's some stuff you're just not good at. Shooters are not my forte. I'll be a very average Deadlock player, I think. I might understand conceptually the game, but I have to then land the shots. And it's just, I know my strengths, and I don't think that's one of them. But I might play it just to, maybe I'll surprise myself. Maybe it'll be better than I think. But we'll go raid Ricky. Ricky's pretty good at it. And I think Ricky's going to start a podcast, I think with BSJ about it. So I don't know what that exactly is going to look like, but I think it's coming out Friday. You guys are going to go check that out. Yeah, Extreme Gaming, I wish they had done a little better, but yeah, they didn't seem quite connected for TI, unfortunately. I mean, where they got to is not too bad, I guess, but I guess they'll probably still be disappointed about it. All right, guys, I'll see you on maybe tomorrow, but definitely Friday. I'll send you guys over to Ricky, who, once again, will be casting soonish. I think in about a week, we'll start casting